All right, good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if the mic sounds good, hit that number one, please. Listen carefully. I do, again, have the fan blowing on me here, so hit that number one if it sounds good. Matt, Raspberry, Mark, Kevin, Christy, Nat, Knob, Steve, Greg, Kevin, Southpaw. Thank you. All right, perfect, everybody. Well, very quickly before I get started, for those of you that watch this in the archive, thank you very much. But just to be very transparent, if you want to have something to continue to watch in the archive, then this is completely viewer supported. So the best way to support everything is to use code CLAY. That is case sensitive. So all caps, I recommend, I love Take Profit Trader. But any of these prop firms, if you are using them in your journey, like I said, whatever their promotions are, code CLAY will give you that current promotion. So you're helping save yourself some money, helping support the stream, and it's a good win-win for everybody. For those of you that are here live right now, thank you. That for those of you that have used code CLAY, you are the reason why I'm here right now and why it's an ad-free stream. So thank you, everybody that has used it. Well, good morning, everybody. It is, what is today? Thursday, July 9th, 2026. And unfortunately, we need to have a talk at 11 a.m. I'm very, yeah. I don't know, maybe you're like, I don't know, is it me or does Clay seem to not have quite the pep in his step? That was not you. That was actually very good instincts on your part. It was not a good morning. And the way that it all happened, I'll talk about 11 a.m., but I am still very disgusted with myself. I'll just leave it at that. I'm idiot. So many regrets from just so many angles, but let me put it this way. If I was a betting man, I'd give probably 40. I don't want to be too dramatic about it, but I'd say a 40% chance that I don't blow up today, that this account right here does not get blown up. 40% chance that does not happen. So we'll see what happens. But so at 11 a.m., please remind me. And the reason why I'm doing it at 11 a.m. is because technically speaking, I love all of you because all of you are early. But when the people will show up and be like, "Hey Clay, how's your day going?" It wouldn't be right of me to be like, "Well, you should have been on time," and you would have known that. It's like, well, but for the people that showed up at 11, like, I was on time. I was here at 11. What do you mean? You talked about it early. So got to wait till 11 a.m. to be fair to everybody, since I did technically say this starts at 11 a.m. But yeah. But how are all your days going today? Let me just throw this out there. I want to maybe help some of you out with journaling and stuff like that. So a couple different instances here. Instance number one, if any of you got long around this area of the chart, you don't have to change your strategy. You didn't do anything wrong. That was, I can see what you're doing. Nice upwards trend, pulled back and pulled back again. Couple nice little hammer candles, whatever you want to call them. And then that happened right there. So don't let that discourage you. Don't go out there and freak out. Your strategy's not broken. You don't have to throw in a rule, blah, blah. It just, that was just a nasty move. Another one. And this one is even more savage. If you got long down around here, or you got long as, this after this candle formed, and then this one started to go green right there for a moment. Again, any of you that maybe had a losing trade there on the long side, you don't need to go back and change anything in your strategy. You didn't do anything. This right here is one of the more savage moves I've seen. That is absolutely brutal. Big pullback within an uptrend. Then right here at the overnight high, right here at the 50 SMA, you get a beautiful, beautiful candle. The next candle starts to go green, acts as if this wants to give follow through. And then boom. The savagery of that move. That is a nasty move. If you were to say, Clay, what would be an example of a nasty move in the market? This right here, where it is so logical for one group of people to do something, and then it does the exact opposite. And that would be this move right here. So yeah, again, there's no need to add in a new rule. You didn't do anything wrong. Just move on. It is what it is. But yeah, those two movements right there. Yikes. Yeah, that one got me. Yeah, understandable. So I think there were probably, and the problem with this is this was like if you even if your knees even buckled a little bit on this one, this after that move up, that was over 100-point move down. I mean, so even if you had modest position size, that's enough of a move to cook you. Like game over. Lost the yeah, Pam. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, exactly, Antonio. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, these moves they're long. They're long. There are not many guarantees in the market, but a guarantee I will make is that move right there for sure tricks some longs, as it should have, because longs were behaving completely logically, and then the chart did that, which is what makes something so nasty, so cruel. But yeah, so other than that, though, to be fair, I don't really see anything too like, wait, well, that was kind of crazy. Maybe right here to an extent. After this move down, now you're kind of got like a spinning top, kind of sort of, but that right there, I will die on that hill defending that being the epitome of a nasty move for the longs. Also, a massive bet. I'm sure there's at least a few people in the world that somehow they arrived at, okay, let's wait for a hammer. Okay, let's get short like right here. And then those people think that they've like got some great strategy. Those people, yeah, they so that was also a savage move in terms of giving people bad data. Because there's no way that you are going to survive if this is your strategy to wait for this sort of setups where you get nice hammers at key levels of support and then like short as they start to head back up. And lost it on yeah. Yeah, so yeah, and that's what for me, that just like a little spoiler. I didn't get fooled or anything. My day was just I'm just so disgusted and disappointed in myself. Today was brutal. Structure over candlestick patterns or time frame subject. Structure over candlestick pattern candlesticks are time for. I don't know what you just said there, Abel. You're saying structure over candlestick patterns as if they're two different things. Candlesticks show structure. I think I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, though. Hey, good morning, Muhammad. But yeah, how are your guys' days going so far? Red, green, terrible, great, best day ever, worst day ever, balloon account, passing account. I know some of you already shared this, but massive red. Bummer. Small green, but was up really good. Yeah, I said sell that raspberry. Small green. Well, I wish I was having a small green day. Small well, yeah. Good until RXT died. RXT the stock? What's isn't that Rocket Chat or something? Oh, Rackspace. What are you doing trading these stocks? Come on now, Nanu. There is a better way to go about day trading, brother. That's yeah, Matt. So I think you must have just showed up because I just talked about it. And I'd agree with that under two exceptions. And the problem with these two exceptions is they were brutal. Right here, very, very interesting long setup. Move up, came down, move up, came down. A couple nice little hammers within an overall uptrend. Okay, well, I mean, in no way, shape, or form are you going to tell me that's perfect movement on the market's part. For a long, that is. For a long. And if people are getting short there, that's not going to be a viable strategy. But then outside of that, yeah, I don't see anything that I would call like nasty moves. Those two moves are probably the two main ones. But other than that, yeah, I wouldn't say anything else was like crazy. Blue. Oh, sorry to hear that, JBL. Well, again, Matt. I understand that, but like, yes, I'm sure. Come on, Matt, dude. You know the joke. Yes, I'm sure if you added the Indonesian 13 ABC elemental P moving average, then it would have behaved at, well, yes. But broadly speaking, especially in the world of futures, a lot of people use the overnight high. A lot of people use the overnight high to have the pullback, to have the hammer right there at the overnight high, to have it start to go green and then go like that. I mean, I think that suckered in a lot of people. But yes, I'm sure if I add in the Norwegian VWAP right there, maybe it would have behaved as expected. Oh, yes, yes. Was that the other? I can't remember. Was there a pivot there too? I can't remember. Let me get my pivots back. Not on my chart. There wasn't a pivot. Good morning, Blue 2, 50K pros. All right, Jake. Mixed bag. Well, you're not really you're being a contrarian, but we're talking, Matt, dude. I think you're a smart guy until the math thing. But surely you understand. But your definition of today was 10 minutes. You were done after 10 minutes. I'm not talking about the opening 10 minutes, dude. Yes, you're contrarian. You're contrarian by definition, because you're by your own definition. You're saying today. You're defining that as 10 minutes. You say you heard what I said. So surely you heard that I was not defining today as 10 minutes. I was defining today beyond that based on what I talked about. Come on, man. Come on. Yes, if you define today as 2 minutes and you got short right there, then today was perfect for you. Today was like as beautiful as today if your definition of today was 2 minutes. The opening 10 minutes is always unpredictable. I don't know. No. Always is a strong word, Kevin. So always unpredictable. No, I as somebody that trades the opening 10 minutes, I'd say there's now again, I understand, the opposite of unpredictable is predictable. And I'm not saying that anything is predictable, because if that was the case, then that means like there's guarantees. So I don't mean in that way. But in the first 10 minutes, you can definitely find some edges. You can find situations where something is more likely to happen than not. So again, is that actually predicting anything? No, because the market is always unpredictable. Just giving you material. Okay, well, I say this in a loving way, but I'm looking for a little bit more different material than that. Material within the context. How about that? I'll structure that way. Material within the context. Yeah, of course. Yes, but that your statement is irrelevant. That's my point. It's like we're talking about mowing the lawn and you talk about something in the garden. It's like, okay, well, that's cool, and I stand behind my statement. Okay, that's fine. You can stand behind your statement. Your statement was irrelevant to the topic that was being discussed. So good. Thank you for standing behind your statement. Red $100 might just call it a day. Alfonso, I wouldn't blame you there. My first year of trading, I was always told not to trade. Yeah, Raspberry, we've had the conversation before. Okay, I don't know what happened to Matt, but he's going to go on a little vacation today. He's going to go to gaslight training. Okay, if you say so. No, that you're saying that as if like there's something up for interpretation. I talk about something well beyond 10 minutes. Well, I'm going to be a contrarian here. Perfect day for me, even though I was done in 10 minutes. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah. Clearly, I was not talking about defining the first 10 minutes. Okay, if you say so. I just what? That's just weird. I sent you a link for fireplace parts. Do you even know what a link is? Question mark. I love getting my contractor my he's not the yeah, I guess he is the general contractor kind of, but we're building our house and he's so and I love this about him. He is so not tech savvy because he's actually out in the world doing stuff, not sitting in front of a screen all his life. So it's hence I had to ask him, do you even know what a link is? I think I don't even know if he meant link. He might just mean email. But yeah, as far as like best time to like trade, agreed, Raspberry. I've heard all sorts of things, and it's different from everybody. All right, just waiting for the 11-minute mark so that we can. Big range here. Yeah, it's pretty volatile out there today. Okay, 11 a.m. Are just a minute, and we are at the 17-minute mark. Okay, so help me remember, everybody. 17-minute mark is where I can refer people back to. My day, I am absolutely disgusted with myself. I'm not in the best of moods right now, which is probably why the whole Kevin or the Matt incident maybe struck me more than it should have. But like today, I am disgusted with myself, and I cannot just so right. Okay, let me take a screenshot real quick. I guess we'll just do this. So this is the pro account that I've had for quite a while now. Cooked. So let's just start right there. There is this ascending triangle here that I was gonna like. All right, I think on the open we can get the push up through here. So this is how I had it drawn. Oh man, I don't even want to talk. This is stupid. Okay. So, and I was like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna get a little aggressive. I'm gonna take a swing at it, and I'm gonna anticipate the break. So I'm gonna put my buy right there, like right at that line where the crosshair is, and we'll see what happens. Yes, it was risky because I was doing this all right before the open, but at the open sometimes you can get some really nice moves. And I thought, you know what? Check this out. We're going in with a hammer. So let's see what happens. The market or the bell opens, it comes up here, basically top ticks me, and then whoosh, game over. And I'm like, well, it happens. Yeah, bummer. I was close to passing that test account, but oh well, at least it was just a test. I then glance up and I see the dreaded, and you guys with Take Profit Trader Pros, you know what I mean. The test accounts just say take profit and then there's numbers. The pros say Take Profit Pro. I look up and I see Take Profit Pro. And it was at that moment where I might as well have been at a roller or at a theme park on one of those rides where it drops and your stomach I might as well have been on the raw emotion of that was purely. Was I on the verge of throwing up? No, it wasn't that dramatic. But like it was a bad feeling in my stomach. Just absolutely disgusted. Now, with that said, yes, it was aggressive, but of course, it's got to go down here and then boom. Now, did I ever think that was I ever playing for like that big of a move? I was not. So I don't want to make it seem like that. But This sort of move right here. Again, would I have ever even been looking to capture the vast majority of this move? No, but when you take a big swing, and I had 4 NQs, you don't need a whole lot to have, in my mind, let's just get this thing passed. So in other words, this is the move I was looking for. That would have been plenty of room to pass. Of course, it happens after it top ticks me and goes down. So of course, in hindsight, this is the question we always have to face. Well, Clay, why don't you put your order up here and wait for confirmation? You're right. That I said, oh, Clay, at least if you would have put in your account, at least if you would have put in the order up there, waited for confirmation, waited for the breakout, you would have never have taken the trade. You would have never gotten top ticked. However, of course, the flip side of that is if you do put orders up here and these big moves happen, you can get some really bad fills because of the slippage and because of the opening bell. Things are moving very quickly, and that I've been burned that way too. So it's just like, okay, let me just try to anticipate it before the break happens, because if I can anticipate it and then you get the break, then those big, jumps that are kind of screwing people over that are waiting for confirmation. Well, for somebody like me that was anticipating it, those are the moves that are, the green is adding up in a mind-boggling pace. But yeah, that's all hindsight too. Just multiple ways. But so yes, in some ways, I guess I deserved it. Because as if you've been here earlier in this week, talked about this kind of being like my cat account. There are so many times where Take Profit Pro 3688.9 was on its. I'm like, all right, this one's dead. This one, oh crap, it's not. Hey, I'm green. But today was not that day, and it ended in maybe a justifiable way. Had I gotten, I don't want to say the word luck, because my trades, there's always rhyme and reason behind them. So there's a reason why some of those where I think I'm toast and it recovers, it's like, well, there was luck. But like this one, I guess probably ended in maybe fashion. But then after that, absolutely disgusted, upset. So I'm like, whatever. I go and I get another pro, 150K. Take one trade. I thought I was an NQ. I'm on MNQ. I'm like, oh, great. So instead of $670, it was or was it 57? It doesn't matter. One of those, it was way less than it should have been. I'm like, whatever. And then I take, oh man, this is tilt, folks. And I wish I could say I was making this up. I probably shouldn't disclose this because it makes me sound very stupid. But hopefully we can all agree this is a strong move up. So I see this big red candle and I'm like, okay, yep. Yeah, no, this thing's rolling over. We're heading all the way back down here. I'm gonna push this thing to buffer. So I shorted basically right here. So not quite the low, but I went short right here. It bounced back up. And that one, so I decided to just cook the 150K Pro. So that was awesome. That was cool. That trade, 150Ks, they take, for me, a while to pass. Because I don't try to, like the 50K accounts, I don't mind maxing those out at 1,500. I don't want to say it's easy, but it's not that huge of a challenge. In fact, if you're here Monday, you saw that. But like the 150K, making 4,500 in a day, I'm not quite that's not my strong suit. So my point with all this was the 150Ks usually take a good 4, 5, 6, 7 days to pass. And I don't remember how long this one took to pass, but it was definitely multiple days. So multiple days to pass, and it was cooked within a minute. As embarrassing as that is to say. Now, this is where I will at least pat myself on the back a little bit. And I'm not out of the woods yet. But I'm good here on the live stream. I still gotta, I should be good because as soon as this is over, I'm going over the property now because the guys are back working. So I'm back to working with them and stuff like that. So I won't be sitting there just tempted to trade again. But the one thing I did do was I did not burn down the stable. I did not go on pro account tilt and pull up another one because that was such a bad trade. It was just like, dude, you are out of control. So, yes, I went on tilt today. Yes, I lost control a little bit today. But I don't, you want to always try to build yourself up a little bit. So the way I did that was I recognize it and I kept the damage right here. That is the damage. And it's crazy. And I should know for anybody that's never done prop firms, I know these numbers look really, really bad, but this is going to sound like I'm a scammer. And I don't blame you. If you don't know how prop firms work, you're going to think I'm a scammer. I'm not offended. All I can really say is just learn more about prop firms. But as bad as these numbers look, I'm still green on the week. From an actual money dollar perspective, still green on the week. So, and that's just the cool thing about prop firms. But I do understand that seems like a scam statement. When you look at these numbers and like, wait, what? So that account was fine. This is just wait, I'm not showing you a screenshot. So like this one right here, I passed that last night. So that's, I guess, good. And then this is where, so this is, I fired this one up. But yeah, I will not be trading a pro. No. I already cooked one. I'm still pretty irritated. That's why I say I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm giving this account here that I'm trading right now, I'm giving that about a 40% chance that I survive the live stream, because yes, there is the bottom right hand corner. There is that. But today, in a very real sense, there is still disgust in my system. It's one thing if I know that I'm trading the pro, I take the trade, it doesn't work out. But in my mind, I would never have taken that trade if it was the pro account, just because I like the setup. But did I like the setup enough to trade it at open with 4 NQs with a pro? No, not at all. Not at all. So that's just what makes today bad. It's just such an idiotic thing. This is the worst way to blow an account in my mind. I'd rather have just been like, okay, that just didn't work out. But to have it where you're like, I cannot tell you the disgust when I looked up on Tradeovate, and you guys know where it is. Under account, it says it, and I read take profit pro. My wife, bless her heart, because as soon as I was like, no, you got to be kidding me. Like, I was audibly saying this stuff, and I like, no, are you serious? My wife didn't say anything, but later on she came and we appreciate the hard work you do for us, and I'm just like, ugh. Yeah, and the best, maybe this makes me a jerk of a husband. I was like, yeah. That's all I said to her. Yeah. Because I felt like such a failure. What are you talking? No, I'm doing a terrible job right now providing. I'm not working hard. I'm working like an absolute moron. But then she made me my cup of coffee. So, I mean, bless her heart. Bless her heart. I will apologize later on. But, like, yeah. I was just so, that was, yeah. I don't know. Has anybody ever been a jerk to their spouse? I mean, I wasn't a jerk, but I was just, the best I could do was, thank you for all your hard work. Yeah. Said in that tone too, but that's how I felt. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm the biggest scumbag. You should throw my belongings out the window right now and kick me to the curb. I deserve it. So, anyways, that is my day. And it fits within the week overall. Yesterday was great, I think. I know, I guess there was a bit of a yo-yo yesterday, but overall fine. Monday and Tuesday were and then today it's just, I don't know. Cheers, bullish. Anyways, so I'm sorry if that came across as me just, I guess it was kind of me complaining. But in a weird way, that feels good. Sometimes this chair becomes a couch and you all become the psychologist sitting there with your clipboards, and I just spew it out, and hopefully it helps. I guess there is there is a little bit of a conflict of interest. Am I doing it strictly for your sake? I'd like to think so, but if I'm also being honest, I think I'm probably doing a little bit for my sake too. It does help to kind of just vent, to talk to people that get it. Right? Like if I go to the job site today and I start talking to those guys, they're going to be, okay. I mean, that sounds like it's, but like I think a lot of you can, I don't know, give me a 5. Have any of you ever done something stupid where like just, again, nothing with your trading, nothing with your strategy, you just were like on the wrong account, or you were on the wrong contract, or you're on the wrong size? I appreciate, okay, yeah, so, and you guys know the feeling. At least for me, it's such a like disgusting feeling. I will say though that this is, again, the power of prop firms, because these are the days, I guess, to be fair, I want to be would this sort of thing have happened with my own funds? No, because I already know that I'm using my own funds. So I guess this is, maybe this is a little bit too much apples and oranges. But let me put it this way. Tilt days before, because this is a tilt day for me. I mean, that second pro account, the patheticness of how that all went was just like not good. So this is a tilt day, but tilt days previously, well, I mean, So like this right here. One trade, you go on tilt $4,500, and that was that was during the stage of my journey where before prop firms. So like that was my money, and I promise you that yes, these numbers look really really bad, but I'm not close to anyone. I'm not even, like I said, I'm technically still overall green. So, but I'm definitely not anywhere close to being down 4,500. So I will say this, even though I went on tilt within this landscape of a prop firm, thankfully I caught myself early on, and the numbers aren't anywhere like they could have been for me previously. Well, I mean, Bobus, the problem, and I think what makes these sorts of things so sickening is like what you just said right there is not going to prevent it. Like this was just a mental error. I just forgot to click. I forgot to change my account. So I mean that's just kind of part of it, right? Like sometimes you forget to change your position size. I mean I've done that. Like there's just sometimes there's logistical errors, and you can do all that stuff. So I'm not saying what you're saying to do is wrong. I'm just saying that like what happened to me today, what you're saying right there would not have prevented it. It's just, well, Clay, what I'm saying is I'm going to write out a checklist, and part of that checklist is to check the account. Cool. But I mean, are those? Is there going to be a moment where you forget to check the checklist because something moves very quick? So like a big move happens, you're like, oh, I want to take advantage of it, and I don't have time, and then that's where you forget to switch accounts. At the end of the day, crap happens, you know. Thank you, GSC, for the kind words. That actually does help. At least it's not a live account. No, it was. Well, I mean, it was a pro account. No, they were pro accounts. We understand those behaviors are creative. No. I mean, there in no way, shape, or form have I blamed prop firm rules for what I did. I literally just, I forgot to change my account. So, I mean, in no way, shape, or form am I blaming prop firms. Who knows? If anything, maybe this is an argument to only trade one account at a time. Only have one account going at once. That way you always know what account is going. Now, for me, I don't like that trade-off because then that creates other problems. So yes, this, I guess in some senses, this would be an argument against the racehorse model where you have multiple accounts going at once. Because when you have multiple accounts, you could potentially forget which account you're on and then have what happened today. But so that is a downside to it. But I think the racehorse model offers way more upsides. I mean, Abel, were you here for the entire speech? You're my horse if you never win a. I think. Cool. Good grief. Fuck. Jimmy's a what? Huh? Oh, when it rains, it pours. All right, now I'm hemorrhaging. Now we just had another losing trade. Look at this thing. One. Okay. I don't know if that does it. To be fair, I guess it's a set of two. That makes me feel, I guess, a little bit better about it. And then one chimney pipe section 6. So, anyways, yeah, just took a $538 losing trade there too. Oh, when it rains, it pours, folks. These are extra pieces. We thought we had the chimney all taken care of. Welcome to building a house. I thought the chimney budget line was done. Nope. We need another 530, good sir. Thank you, sir. We'll take that 500 $38.21, sir. Email received, period. I'll bring a check with me today. And I'm not trying to nitpick you, comma. I just want you to be the best IT guy you can be, comma. But you did not send me a link, period. You sent me an email. All right. Building a house will cost you $200 to that. I mean, to be overall, we haven't had too many of those. But if anything, it's just kind of funny that the timing of that one. Anyway, so there's my day. Does this account last? All right, I said 40%. It does last. I'm going to move that up to 45%. No, I'm going to move that up to 50 because I actually do feel better. It's weird, but those talks, they're like, I don't know, because maybe you guys are cool about it. So you're like, hey, man, I've done it before. And then you guys tell me some of your horror stories. Because here's okay. And then the final thing I did wrong. I don't know why. I guess I just wanted to find more salt to rub in my wounds. But then you open up social media. And of course, everybody on social media, of course, is making tens of thousands of dollars today. Of course. So then it's like, oh, great, I'm the only idiot that's, toasting accounts. I swear, social media, if you want to feel bad about yourself as a trader, just go to social media. I swear, like, if you ever have a losing day, go to social media. You'll definitely realize you're the only person that had a losing day. Everybody else making tens of thousands of dollars. But anyways, so yeah, that's my final learning thing is if you have a bad day, please avoid social media. It's not going to help. Oh, I see. Yeah. No, agreed. Yeah. Tilt behavior shouldn't be used, well, ever. But I will die on the hill. If you're going to go on tilt within the context of a prop firm space as opposed to going on tilt with your own cash. But I do agree with your core premise. Yes, going on tilt, always bad. Tilt behavior is definitely bad. But if we're just going to concede that tilt behavior is going to happen, then yeah, I sign me up for the prop. Sign me up for going on prop firm tilt as opposed to like my own personal fun tilt. Yeah, and always use code Clay, exactly. Social media sometimes is just an illusion. It's only I mean, I would say I'm nitpicking. I would probably say most times. Social media most times is just an illusion. Neil's cooking? What's Neil cooking up? Am I missing something from Neil? Thank you, Fish. And if I missed any of your comments, sorry. I kind of went into my own little world as I poured my heart and soul out. Yeah, exactly, Pam. Just keep it real, and that does help out. What is Neil cooking? I don't even see anything. Did somebody ban Neil? Wait, where'd Neil go? Neil is cooking. I don't even see any messages from Neil. He did 20K today. I don't even see any. Am I blind? Yeah, I don't. That's weird. Did one of you ban Neil? I don't know. I think it's a reference to the comment. Yeah, but where are you guys seeing this? I'm looking where, and I could have sworn I thought I saw some messages from Neil earlier, but now they're all gone. Neil, are you still here? Can you type something, Neil? Yeah, but no, it doesn't even show that he got muted. I didn't put him in timeout. That's super weird. Okay, somebody type something. Now I'm paranoid. Is the chat even working right now? Hello? Oh, okay. I guess it just went quiet. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That was kind of weird. All good here. All right, perfect. Okay, good. I'm so like, it's like, is YouTube like gaslighting me right now? I could have sworn I saw a message from Neil earlier, like today. But now I'm scrolling back and okay, no, I see. There's Neil's 5, but I don't see any other messages from Neil. I don't know. Oh, there he is. I did you delete some of your messages, Neil, or something? All right, I'm gonna look for a short here. I'm short. No, huh? I don't know. Maybe I must be crazy. I mean, I am crazy, especially after a day like today. Again, I'm short right now. See if this thing wants to get down below the blue line there. And I'm gonna add right there. There, no, there is the ad. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, now you're gonna bounce right off the blue line. What a crock. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay. Get the risk off the table. And stopped out there. All right. Thank you, Sean. It's just like I'm not a smart dude, but like it's just so like there's like I'm smart enough to have like how did I forget to check? You know what I mean? It's just those sorts of things that will drive me insane. Like I'm never gonna beat myself up for. And how can you not be a rocket scientist? How come you didn't figure out how to split the atom? It's like, well, because I'm a total idiot. But like, I'm definitely smart enough to know how to check what account I'm on, right? So that's what makes it so. Clay, you should be over it. I took a walk with my dog. I no, that's what's helping me. Because again, the odds that I blow this account did improve from 40, or the odds improve that I don't blow the account changed from 40. We're up to 50. Must because you took that dog for a walk. Yeah, hopefully it's a big dog because you're out in Idaho now, right? You got mountain lions and bears and lions and tigers and well, CDP. I'm also having a rough week, so you're not alone. 75-pound GSD for femel. What's GSD stand for? Oh, German Shepherd, maybe. Oh, okay. I probably should have been able to figure that one out, but I don't know. I thought it was a dog species, a GSD female, like some. I don't know. I thought it was maybe like a French dog. Hey, Johnny. Hey, Praveen. Hello. Well, I appreciate you all hanging out here today. It's good. It's good. We're gonna have a good. Well, I don't know if we're gonna have a good stream. We'll see what happens. I may be a little bit more quick on the trigger to send people on the expense paid vacation. But yeah, I like I mentioned earlier. Yes, there's the bottom right hand corner that message. There's that aspect of things, but there's also like the real life aspect, and I have no problem admitting I am I am definitely more annoyed today, just at myself, which can bleed out, and I have less humor in my life right now. I'll put it that way. Good job, Dan. Good job, brother. Man, and you just got started in prop firms, what, like a few weeks ago? You showed up on the stream? Or has it been more than a few weeks? Big rising wedge on the 2 minute? Oh, all right. Maybe this is how you're doing. Oh, Doc Soul. That is that the rising wedge you're talking about? Blew up my account yesterday. Well, Varil, just so you know, blown accounts are very, very common. Like it is part of prop firm trading. So I mean, don't look at it as, oh, I'm a terrible trader. Well, how many accounts have you blown? 3. It's like, wait, what? As long as you're learning, that's the point. But ultimately, a prop firm, an account that's blown is like $100 losing trade, couple $100 losing trade. Again, for me, the way I look at prop firm trading is, all responsible trades. Let me put it this way. You know it's a responsible trade if you know how much money is on the line if you're wrong. And the only way to arrive and get that answer is if you know your entry point and your stop loss, right? And then and of course your position size, right? If you have your entry point, your stop loss, and your position size, you will now know how much is at risk out of my pocket if I'm wrong, right? That's how you would operate within a normal live account. And that's the world I come from. So in that world, yeah, losing, $200, $300, $400, $500, $600 if I'm wrong, that's just part of it. But now in the prop firm space, that number becomes very straightforward. You don't have to do any math. The only math you do is up front, where you're like, okay, if I buy this account, and that's why I look at in the prop firm space, each account is a trade, right? Because a real money trade, you're gonna need to know, well, how much is it gonna cost me if I'm wrong with your real money? Same thing here. If I'm wrong, aka if I blow up this account, if I have a failed trade, how much is this failed trade, aka blown account, gonna cost? Well, for the 50K, it's gonna cost 102. The 150K quote unquote account, quote unquote trade, if you're wrong on that one, the risk is the stop loss is $216. So that's how I look at prop firm trading. Each account is a trade individually. The stop loss associated with that trade is, well, whatever you paid for the account, because ultimately that's the only amount that's coming out of your pocket. Sure, within the trade, the 150K, you could go lose 4,500. That's what's gonna be the rule violation where they take the account away from you. But it's not like you actually lost $4,500. That's not your stop loss. Again, stop loss being defined as what comes out of your pocket. The stop loss for the 150K trade is just $216. And then on the other end of the spectrum, the stop loss on a 25K trade is $90. So that is how I view prop firms. So in other words, if you blow, like if the way I would look at this is, like, let's just say in 1 week, I blow up 5 accounts. The way that works in my mind is I had 5 losing trades this past week. And what was the stop loss associated with each one of those trades? Well, whatever the cost is associated with that. So that's how I view the prop firm space. I don't look at it as so with that, I mean, you could theoretically, if you're blowing, or if you have 10 losing trades per week, but you have 2 winners, then those 2 winners could theoretically pay for all the losing accounts or losing trades, right? Now in prop firm lingo, that would sound like this. Yeah, I blew up 10 accounts, but then I had 2 accounts that I did well on, and those 2 accounts that I did well on paid for all the blown up accounts and then some, right? But that's trading, right? Trading ideally is you could go on you could only win, you might only be winning 40% of the time. But if those 40% are, you're letting the winners run and stuff like that, it can compensate for the losing trades. Oh, I think it was 30 minutes. Done shorting for now. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but point being, Viril, don't look at a blown account as the end of the world. I think it helps if you just like, okay, I had a losing trade. Because guess what? We all have losing trades. But the cool thing about the prop firm space is a losing trade, a blown account is actually not a lot out of your pocket. I had 8 accounts, 4 blown, and 5 in profit. So, but like, okay, so this is how I would read Dan's. I had 8 trades, 4 losing trades, and $500 in payouts so far, but 3 are currently funded and still close to pay. Okay, so it's on. So in Dan's world, he's had 4 losing trades, and then he's still got some other trades that are working for him. Yeah, man. I'm totally good. I'm totally good. I don't know if you stuck around and heard my day, but I think that amplified what you were saying in my mind probably more than what it actually was. But yeah, I'm good. I'm good. To be fair to you, maybe you would not have done all that had you known how my day went. So to try to be as fair as possible and charitable, maybe not even would have done that pathway had you known how crappy my day had been. So, but yeah, we are totally cool. If we weren't cool, I'd have just totally banned you. Which we got to keep our eyes. I already forgot. What was his name? Jude or Johnny? Johnny, who came back as Jude yesterday. We got to keep our eyes open for the really random questions. I passed my eval. Are you saying my ranting helped you pass your eval, Mr. Patty? That's crazy. Again, like I said, I'm just saying the way I read all in my mind, I process that still is you're saying to be fair, my losing trades because that's what a blown account to me is. So today, yes, I've blown some accounts. Yes, I've had losing trades. Now they're the type of losing trades that are a little bit more annoying because they were pros, and then the fashion in which I lost them super annoying. But at the end of the day, a couple losing trades, so it'll be all right. It'll be all right. Mr. Patty, you got to change your name to Mr. Snowflake. Do that. Okay, Mr. Patty, you'll be my new favorite person if you change your name to Mr. Dented Snowflake. Yeah, Vril, that's another way of looking at it. It is very easy to control risk in the sense of knowing what the risk will be. So in other words, if you just, and I'm just making this up, if you limit yourself, can you trade? What do you want me to trade right now? There's nothing to trade. So we're going to talk more of kind of strategy here. But like the nice thing about prop firms is, to Viril's point, risk management becomes very easy. And I'm just making these numbers up. But if you're like, I'm limiting myself to 10 accounts per month, and there are going to be 25K accounts. So if I know that there are 90, so each trade has a $90 stop loss. So if I'm going to take 10 trades per month, aka buy 10 accounts, so and I can do the math, right? 900, but just in case, times 10, you now know your risk is $900. So it's actually very easy to calculate risk within the prop firm space. Now, whether or not you honor what you say you're going to do, that's a different category of conversation. But in the category of conversation of just simply being able to look at numbers and map out how much risk do I have on this month or this week, prop firms make it very, very straightforward because there's no slippage, right? That whatever you pay for the prop, it's not like, okay, you're advertising $90 and then when you buy you hit the buy button, all of a sudden it spikes up to 97. You're like, well, wait a second, I just spent 97. I thought it was, no. You know what? There is zero slippage in the form of that, risk management. You buy the account, that is your risk. Yeah, I know, man. That was kind of the one salt. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it just happened to. And the thing, well, I mean, you heard my explanation, but yeah, it's just one of those stupid things where had I just waited for confirmation, had I done the confirmation entry, I would have avoided this, and I could have, I could have taken advantage. Yeah, it's just, oh well, that's hindsight. I do not, Dan. Nope. Maybe next Tuesday. I think it should be today, Mr. Patty. Mr. Dented Snowflake. You would become a hero in my mind. Three blown accounts. All right, yeah. So in my mind, that would read as 3 losing trades. Each losing trade thought something. Yeah, as long as you're learning from each losing trade, aka each blown account, then that's good. It's the people that are just cooking accounts left and right and then are laughing about it. Now, if you're just here to be a degenerate and be like, hey man, I'm not here to be serious, but I figure I can save myself a plane ticket to Vegas and blah blah blah, overpriced food, blah blah blah, and I can just sit here and YOLO prop accounts. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Like then there's no, if you're literally just trying to have fun and not trying to learn or succeed, or then okay, I don't blame you there. I've had slippage when buying. That is, yeah, that's slippage. That's I don't even know what to say about that. The I forgot to use code Clay slippage is just borderline unforgivable. Borderline. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, I see what you mean, period. Wow, period. You sent me a link within an email, period. You are a level above me, period. You are the one that should be teaching me, period. I hope you can accept my apologies. Let me click on this real quick. Let me pit. I gotta take this other losing trade that I was showing you guys earlier with the chimney stuff. I thought my general contractor paid for it. He was just sending me the email, but no, I was wrong. I was massively wrong. That's crazy. I hope he will forgive me. Today just keeps getting rougher and rougher. Oh boy. That processing circle sat there for a while. Sam, if you're here right now, I apologize. But if you decide that I deserve a couple of knees, or a couple, not knees, a couple nails from the nail gun to my kneecaps when I show up, I understand, boss. I understand. He was listening yesterday, so I don't know. I don't know if he's listening right now, but if you are, boss, I apologize. I deserve it. Are you listening to the live stream right now? Question mark. I've been making public apologies to you. All right, we do have somebody mentioned earlier the rising wedge. In fact, no, I like this one enough where I think I want to get the actual lines out there. I'm apologizing to my contractor. I was giving him a hard time because he said he sent me a link, and then all I saw was an email. I'm like, hey, brother. We call that brother an email, not a link. And then I went back to look, and I'm like, oh crap. He sent me an email with a link in it, and this link is what I'm supposed to pay. So yeah, I talked trash to him out of line. So my day just keeps getting worse. Like I pretty much cannot do anything right. So on that note, Matt, I probably in hindsight, I'm assuming the timeout was not justified at all. Do you need to buy the CME data package? No. Fun Uncle, when you buy the TPT account, it includes all the data. So what you'll do is just buy it from Take Profit Trader, and then once you get logged in, you'll all of a sudden see a login information for Tradeovate. So then you'll just take that information, plug it into Tradeovate, and you're logged in. You have real-time data, blah, blah, blah. So whatever you see, the price for an account, Fun Uncle, that price does include real-time data. Thanks, Todd. Uh, Thank you, Matt. All right, I am interested in a short. I will try the upper part of this trend line. Let's see. Probably a little bit. Where's the top of that trend line? Right about there. Okay, so looking for a short at the red line, just trying to play the upper part of this ascending triangle, ascending rising wedge. I'm so fried, chat. This is crazy. This rising wedge, which is a bearish pattern. Now, just because something's bearish, that does not mean the price is for sure going to go down. I bought a 50K with Clay. First off, thanks for using code Clay. It has the data delayed highlighted. Can somebody help Fun Uncle? Why would he be seeing data delay? Did you log into Tradeovate with the login information that Take Profit Trader gave you? Okay, try refreshing, James says. I wonder if this is my son. Could be. It should update in a minute. Uh-oh, sorry. Sorry, Southpaw. You don't want that one. If you just got the account, it can take 10 minutes. Okay. Oh, there you go. You're back, Southpaw. Okay, you had a little typo. This happened to me one time. Okay, there you go, Fun Uncle. Thank you. Man, that's why I love this chat. Look, you guys just helping each other out. Love it. It warms my loins. All right, maybe a short here. Again, looking to play the rejection here off of the top part of this rising wedge. Sign of a lot of blown. Oh, really? Is that true? Or are you just guessing on that, Todd? I mean, today does seem like a day where there's probably been some cooked accounts. Oh, guessing? Gotcha. I don't know if you had some, like, inside track on something. Do you mind peeking at the 5-minute or the 15-minute? I mean, I got the 5-minute over here. What am I peeking at? I'm kind of getting the vibe that this thing's going to do like some kind of fake breakout. So I'm going to come up here a little bit. Still trying to play the top part of the pattern, but I'm just now defining top as a slight break to the upside, and I'm defining slight break to the upside of about 5 points. Sorry, I can't really pull up the 5-minute right now. I'm trying to see if I'm going to take this trade, but do you not have access to that chart yourself, Connor, or no? I've noticed delays like that on days I've blown and the market is active. You do have a chart. Okay, I'm confused what you want me to look at then. You're asking me where the high's at. Can't you just... I don't think I'm understanding your question right. Because in my mind, can't you just look at the chart that you have access to look at the highs? So I think I'm misunderstanding something. No, I have it. Just thought it would be a good perspective like how you said. Oh, I got you. All right, noted. Appreciate it. Thank you for clarifying. Oh, I see. You just squeezing it down. Yeah, yeah. I got you. I got you. Well, in a good sense, I guess today's like today or probably will keep me like modest. Because if I have like a really good day, that's where I get a little maybe spend happy. Okay, never mind. Okay, okay. Can't talk right now. I don't really want to take it. Look at right off the bottom of it. Look at that trend line. Look at that. Are you kidding me, Cletus? Let's go. Glad I didn't short there. Now, the one issue with the rising wedges, even if it does break down through the lower trend line, still got to deal with the 21 EMA, which has been known to rain on the parade of rising wedges from time to time. In fact, maybe some of you here have had the 21 EMA rain on your parade. Now, if this candle here closes near the low, and then this next candle here comes up a little bit and then down, then I'll try a short. I'm going to cancel this order up here. So this candle has 42 seconds. So when this hits zero, like Cinderella, a new candle will start to form. Each one of these is 2-minute candles. Therefore, this when it resets, it'll reset to 2 minutes. If this was the 5-minute time frame, it would reset to 5 minutes. Oh no! Yo, so close. Oh, maybe I can still cook something up. You dirty rat. You dirty rat. What? Okay, if you did take it short, congrats. But like I said, next key battleground the Bears are going to have to push down through is that 21 EMA. Anyways, so what I was saying is like if I have good days, then we have to do the meetings where we decide kind of what we want for the house and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, let's do that. Oh yeah, let's do that. Like it just really illustrates how consumer spending is such a psychological thing. Like if people are feeling good about the economy, they're gonna spend more. But today I'm not feeling so good. I feel kind of like a failure. And then today we're got to figure out like where we actually want concrete to go. Like how big is the driveway going? Because we know we want like a concrete driveway, not the entire way, but because it'll be a pretty long driveway. But then we have to figure out where do we actually want concrete. So I'm probably going to be erring more so on the side of caution now because I feel like such a failure. So from a consumer spending standpoint, I'm like, I don't know. We better concern. Nah, we're not gonna go that big. Did oil drop a little bit right now? Oh, it is kind of coming down. Mortgage rates in 3 minutes. Roger that. So right there, nice rising wedge. Again, that's a matter of trade style. If you're a scalpy scalper, I would assume that was plenty of wiggle room for you to get a scalpy scalp out. If you're looking for it to cook more, you're probably still in the trade and just trying to see if this thing does want to ultimately let loose to the downside. So for the let it cook people, they're a little annoyed right now. But I'd assume they're still in it. Didn't you call the short? Not really, no. Not for what I was looking for. I didn't call the short. Is that deal still going? Did Apex extend it? I thought it was supposed to end already. But again, I went for a walk today, kind of, sorta. I mean, you're not wrong, but like, then you have if you pass, then you got the nice $177 activation fee. Oh boy, oh boy. So now what I'm wondering is if this comes back down, will this? It's just kind of like just a messy breakdown. In other words, if it comes back down, will that actually resume the breakdown of the pattern? And this will just look back and say, ah, yeah, that was kind of a. It ultimately did break down, sure, but man, that was not a very clean breakdown. So I'm going to try a short there. Maybe this is still does want to break down, just as of now has not been very clean. Or to be fair, maybe this is just a completely false breakdown and it's about to continue on up. And if that's the case, let me know when you're on so I can publicly apologize again. Am I in? I'm in. So my worry is a 21 EMA. So I'd like to get, if I can get that tart. Hey, come back down, you little dirtbag. I'm in a beautiful candle here. I couldn't ask for it. Hey. All right, well, if this comes back down, I'm adding. I'm adding. Yeah, if that one suckered me in, then so be it. I went for a walk today. Are you still here? Are you kidding me? Did the Apex, did they extend that deal? All right, I'm out. Well, that's what you call just getting absolutely suckered in there. Wow. I'll take that trade. I mean, that for a moment there when the chart was looking like that, I'm thinking, here we go. Time to resume the downwards breakdown, but nope, joke was on me. Okay, so they extended it then. Wasn't it supposed to end? Oh, it ends today? Okay, was it always supposed to end today? I think we should wait for it to reach 9:30. Maybe. Well, we are now reaching the top of the trend line here. Let's see if it wants to reject off the top of that. Oh, they extended it till today. Well, just as a friendly reminder to everybody, again, I have a code with Apex, so code Clay all caps if you want to support the stream. But just keep in mind the current deal about the $17, $250K, whatever. If you do pass, then there is a $177 activation fee. So I know it can be tempting to be like, and I'm not saying you shouldn't do this, just make sure you understand the numbers. To be like, okay, well, you can buy 20 accounts. So, man, wait, are you telling me I can get 20 accounts for 17 bucks? 340 bucks, and I can get 20? I can get 20 250K accounts for 340 bucks? Man, that is a smoke. Again, maybe, but just remember, assuming you passed all those, well, now you have a $177 fee to pay to activate them all times 20. Whoops, I typo. 177 times 20. So, I mean, now you're going to need an additional $3,540. So just keep that in mind. Again, I'm not saying therefore don't do the deal. I'm just saying, understand the numbers. Understand the numbers. Long 908. Target. Oh boy. Mark D, more of a sway trader. All right, brother. Yeah. Here you go, big mama. Hey, Tony Gold. You are welcome, big mama. Where's Sugar at? And where's Blueberry? We need the three amigos. Even Mango. I wish Mango was here. That always confuses my wife. Are you sure you're live streaming today? All I heard was Big Mama and Sugar and Blueberry and Mango. Just need someone with the name Tiffany. And Tiffany? Isn't that the punchline of the Crazy Woman Matrix? It wasn't that like one of them, or if her name is Tiffany? Does anybody know off the top of their head? First off, the Crazy Lady Matrix, but then there was a certain name in there, like, or if her name is this. I'm pretty sure it was. Evan's here somewhere. Thank you, Demena and Candy. All right, here we go. Maybe a short here at the top of the rising wedge. All right, I'm going to go ahead and delete this thing out. This trend line, though, is still in play. Okay, I'm in. Let's see if this upward trend line can deliver once again. Come on, reject. Adding some more there if it comes down. Trying to trust this upward trend line. It's been on point. I have not added close. No. Come on, just let loose to the down. Oh, no, not added. There's the ad. Come on now. Come on, upward trend line. Spank the bulls. There we go. Spank them, Cletus. Spank them, Cletus. Come on, spank them. Spank them, Cletus. What's your strategy? The spank them Cletus strategy. That's what. There we go. Risk off the table. Now let's see how much Cletus can spank them. There's the next spanking right there. Spank him, Cletus. No, down. All right. Where'd you go yesterday, AMS? You just disappeared. You made a crazy claim, then you just disappeared. Can the moving average be used for a rising wedge pair? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could. Well, I guess that probably depends on who you ask, but I wouldn't have any problem. I sometimes use moving averages to help create a pattern. Or if you want to sound smart, you can use the term structure. I love watching a middle-aged man on YouTube yell Cletus at a screen. I thought maybe the spankum part might have been what stood out in your mind. But hey, if it's Cletus that stood out in your mind, fair enough. But if I would have been a betting man, I would have bet, in quotes there, would have been spankum. But I'm glad you love to watch it. That's what I'm here. I'm here to serve. I gotta refrain though, because Sam, the contractor, could be here at any moment, and I can't let him know that I can't let him think that I'm actually, I cannot totally be myself on here, or else he's never gonna want to finish the house. This is the one problem with people in my real life know that I live stream. I've got to tone it down. But if there was a world where nobody knew what I did, oh my goodness, I'd be so. Oh my, if you guys think I'm like weird and crazy and cringe right now, you would not see anything. You would not. You haven't seen anything. Oh my goodness, it would be. It would be awkward. It would get awkward. Had to. Okay, that's an interesting way to go about life, AMS. Let's go throw a grenade of a false claim and then just abandon ship. Oh, I gotta go study. But before I study, let me go make a false claim somewhere real quick. That's a wild way to go through life. Wild. I've got to do fill in the blank. But before I go and do fill in the blank, let me go just throw out a wild false claim somewhere and then just disappear. Crazy. It was the I'm okay. That actually does make sense. That does make that does make sense. Sam, are you here? Hello? I guess kind of sort of. I don't because I already feel betrayed by the lower part of this trend line. But like I don't know. Okay, maybe. I guess that's a rising wedge. Kind of, sort of. I don't know. I've seen better. Rising wedges are like patterns are nothing like, there's some sayings out there like once you see something, you've seen them all. That's not how patterns work. Like once you've seen one rising wedge, you've seen them all. No, you can't say that because all rising wedges are a little different. I know a nurse. I don't even remember how it came up. But it came up within like a group setting. So this was like, but anyways, like butt scan. I think I was just like, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know. Doctors are weird. Sometimes you got to get like naked block. She's like, listen, you'd have to have a very, very spectacular or unique butt in order for me to ever remember your butt. Because a butt's a butt, Things are things. I was like, that does actually make me find a little bit better. The problem with this thing is, as you guys know, given I'm a Greek god, that implies I have a Greek god butt. So then it's like awkward because per her own admission, she's going to now remember. I've never seen anything so chiseled. We got talking about this because I was going to say that there are some sayings out there like once you've seen one thing, you've seen them all. Like a butt. If you've seen a butt, you've seen all butts, right? And I was going to say, but that's not the case with rising wedges and patterns. All patterns kind of got their own little jive to them. So that is how we got there. Once I get my insurance license, oh boy. We can see where AMS is going. AMS is he's going to turn into that guy yesterday. Who is that? Grant Mitchell? Remember the sleaziness yesterday? From the, hey, you've helped me. Let me help you now with some sauce. And then he started to like pitch some sort of indicator to us. Oh boy. That's going to be AMS soon. Thank you, Kevin. Yes, that was an example. I'm glad you could. But that, to be fair, he might have stepped away. I mean, I get it. I think that's what keeps this live stream a little unique. You could step away for 4 seconds And within those 4 seconds, we could go from talking about trading to talking about, climate policy in Antarctica. And it's just like that. No, no, rising wedges are not like butts. Because once you've seen a butt, you've seen all butts. Not the same with rising wedges. Rising wedges, they're all a little bit unique. I did. Yeah, exactly. You went to make the bed, so you were gone for all of, 32 seconds. Came back, and that's what I mean. You got to stay on your toes with this live stream. We hop around a little bit. Okay, this is the naked eye makes this look like. Oh, that's what's. Yeah, okay. That I can't use that one right there because using that one, it's already all right. I mean, they kind of are though, right? Well, I guess I don't know. Maybe there's a medical condition where like the crack comes down and then all of a sudden like veers like and does a right angle. Maybe there is. So if there is a condition like that, then I concur. Not they're not all created equal. But as far as I'm aware, there is no medical condition where the crack starts at the top, comes down, and then like veers off, or like comes down like. Could you imagine like the fish hook butt, where like the crack starts and then all of a sudden it hooks back up? Is there a medical condition called the fish hook butt? I suffer from fish hook syndrome. Yeah, it's true, JP. Yeah, no, I'm saying relative to the crack is the same. But yes, I acknowledge that they are different in the sense of, Sir Mix-a-Lot, he may have a different preference than somebody else. But like the context that I was on was just the crack, right? It is what it is. Unless like I said, there you go. If any of you are bored and are trying to not force a trade, go do some research. Is there a medical condition where like, you know what I mean? Correct. Yes, exactly. But you might want to provide a little bit. Well, yeah, AMS. That's more so his specialty. All right, nice hammer candle here. I am interested in a long if this wants to pull back down. Read Matt's comment above. I was busy signing up for your webinar and came on the. Okay, yeah, I don't know if that's the medical term, but who knows? Maybe there is stuff like that. There is some kind of crazy medical conditions out there. Clay probably has I don't know what that is, and I'm scared. I'm scared to Google it, JP. Hey, lady, you're scaring us. If you can get that movie quote, because that's pretty broad. That's impressive. I can't give you anything more because if I do, it'll make the quote too obvious. Hey, lady, you're scaring us. Okay, looking for a long at this green line. We have the low of the hammer and the low of the hammer, so kind of got like a little bit of a double bottom in a sense component, but we also have the 21 EMA right there. I am in. Come on. Little, I don't know. That was a rule break. I was not thinking scalpy scalp, and I scalped it. That was a rule break. Not a good trade. Correct, Santiago. The lunch, yes. Billy Madison, correct. That's impressive. All right, here we go. Maybe another trade. I will look to take it long. Step one, though, or I should say requirement one, I want to see it hit that line again. And then I'll put my order up here. But it's got to hit that green line first. Maybe that'll be a stupid requirement. Has anybody got payouts lately? Yeah, me. I mean, I won't be getting any today. But yeah, I've gotten them all of this week. Well, I guess I don't know. With who, Bryn? You got to be more specific. With Take Profit Trader? I will say this. Take Profit Trader has upped their game. At the rate at which they are now approving payouts. Okay, looking to get long right there if it wants to bounce back up. Matter, is that with Take Profit Trader? And if so, have you also noticed, were they very quick approving your payouts? The one day, I swear, it was less than a minute. Other days were still like within, I want to say 20 minutes. But yeah, the one day, it had to have been within a minute. Oh, just asking in general? Gotcha. Okay, I'm filled. Come on, hammer. Keep on hammering, brother. Yeah, but what about the approval? Did you notice the approval? Like, my approvals were super fast. The transfer has always been quick, but like the approval from like when your dashboard updates to when you withdraw. Come on, brother. Keep going. Oh, my goodness. Beautiful. I couldn't ask for a better setup here. Hey, there we go. Whoa, hey, whoa. All right, well, that was stupid. Let's see if it wants to recover back up. I'm going to put my stop there. That's okay. So risk is off the table. But yeah, that move definitely got in my head. So I'm going to just put my stop at break even now. Maybe it should still be down here, but yeah, I'm not going to risk it. That's pure garbage right there. I'm just seeing, okay, my stop would have been down here. We'll see if that... So again, maybe this is just a little bit of a miniature storm. It'll continue on up, and I should have had my stop down here, but that's hindsight. Yeah, except for the health. Exactly. Sitting on hands, got chopped up about an hour ago. No, I'm not going to do it, JP. Not going to do it. I want to try another long here, but we'll see. All right, I'll buy again if it wants to come down there. Okay, we'll get long at the green line. Cool, string bean. What trade copy are you testing? Okay, here we go, maybe. If that green line turns blue, I'm in. Right, let's get another bounce. Let's get another bounce. I'll take... Oh, Doc Soul. Okay, it is not nearly... All right, I might go back up to 8 contracts. This distance here on the chart, 10 points. So not nearly... For some reason... I mean, earlier today, it was a bit more volatile. Okay, cool. Yeah, keep me posted on if you like that. Way back when they reached out to me about maybe like some sort of like partnership type thing, like for me to kind of talk about them more on the stream, give me a code, but basically as an affiliate. But I never really followed through with it because I really had no experience with it, never had heard much about it. But yeah, you don't mind String Bean Trader, keep me posted. All right, let's go up to 8 now. Very choppy today. I mean, I guess that's a matter of when were you trading. I can't remember if that's who reached out to me. It's been a while. It's been a few. I mean, time flies. It might have even been more than a few months. I guess just try again down here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go for another buy down here. Even if it's just some sort of range that's forming, I guess I'll just try to trade the range. But at this point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'll see if 6 time can be a charm too. Come on. I'm trying, Dan. I'm trying. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm gonna try to do what the range traders tell me to do. Clay, just trade the range. Okay, fine. I'll trade the range. Bum, 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 bum. Arbiter. You can go back to the 17-minute mark and listen about my day. Weren't you here at the beginning of the live stream anyways? Fratter Rodek. Uh-oh. Fratter, I think you might be like way far behind. Price action is moving like a snail. I mean, yeah, I guess in some senses, but I mean, with futures, it's still moving plenty to make money, though. Yeah, I still have that. It's always just been kind of a slogan. Just be appreciative. I don't think that's a word. Maybe it is. All right, here we go. Maybe. I'm gonna cancel. My spidey senses are saying, my loins are saying this thing's about to not gonna hold up here. So I'm gonna listen to my loins. Something doesn't feel right. Now, to be fair, I still would not have been filled anyways. So I'm trying to listen to my loins right now. I don't think I would have been filled yet. But as of at this exact moment, the loins look like they might, I don't know. Yeah, they were wrong. They were wrong. There's another scalpy scalp. Crazy morning. Yeah, in some senses, there is definitely some crazy going on. Good day. Need another scalpy scalp. All right, Zealot. Scalpy scalp for what? You close to passing an account or what? What's going on, Eric? Oh man, yeah, there it was. All these lower shadows. I mean, the Bears are for sure trying to press it down, but to give equal credit, the Bulls keep responding. The ES was so much smoother. Ooh, Doc Soul. This is a rising wedge, isn't it? I don't know. Let's see. Maybe not. Nope. I would not call that a rising wedge. 10 micros buy bid. Where are you buying the bid at, Zealot? Oh, Doc Soul. All right, that's so on the 2 minute. This is the 50 SMA, and if you look at the 5 minute, it's a 21 EMA. Does that guarantee a bounce there? No, there are no guarantees. But is that something that I'm going to take a swing at? Yep. Okay. This is a knife catch. Let's call it what it is. I'm trying to catch a knife right now. Now, is this a degenerate knife catch? No, I think there's reasoning behind it. I think there's actually good reasoning behind it. I think I have an edge that it's more likely to bounce than not to bounce right here. But we'll see. But nonetheless, it is still a knife catch. ES follows the rules more. Did you get your account figured out, Fun Uncle? Did your data thing? Thanks, Arbiter. Had a great morning. Past 2. Hey, good job, Mountain. So my Spideys or my loins were a little early because that one would have been fine, but that move right there, that would have not been so good. Yes. Okay, good. Good. I'll just be looking for a scalpy scalp rookie. But it does not look like that's happening. I'm going to cancel it out for now. Now the question becomes, if this fails, is this potentially a short now? I think so. I'm going to do a short here now. I find it a bit easier to pass the eval, but fail every time when funded. How do I solve? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It impossible to say. I don't. That's a very limited amount of data you've given. Yeah, I started way back when with Ninja Trader, and I like Trader 8 a little bit better. Yeah, I mean that's. Well, I mean, when you say earlier in my career, I'm gonna because I've been trading since 2006, so I'll define earlier in my career like my career of trading prop firms. Yes, I think that's kind of a most people. Most people, you go through stages. Now, this stage didn't last very long for me, but granted, like I said, I had years and years of experience before I hopped into props. But I even experienced this stage for a while, and the stage is, oh, come, man, passing a test is impossible. And then all of a sudden you start to pass tests, and then it becomes, man, get into a payout, man, that's impossible. But at that point, when you're saying get into a payout is impossible, you're noticing that you're actually starting to pass more and more accounts. So you would no longer even say, well, passing a test is impossible. You're like, okay, no, I used to feel that way, but now I can do it. Now what feels impossible is getting a payout. And then all of a sudden you get a couple payouts, and it's like, okay. But then it becomes, oh man, well, getting consistent payouts, that's impossible. But at least you now have gotten some payouts. So it kind of just, I think that's the natural progression of things. I like the 50K and the 150K. Just got a Scalpy Scalp 3K this week. Just okay, so Fun Uncle, to nitpick your vocab, so you would say then you have a racehorse. Right now you already have a horse. So you've bought an account, aka a horse. You're now in training. And that's what the test phase is. You're training your horse. If you pass the training and then you get a pro account, that's where you then have a racehorse. So for the analogy there, right now you already do have a horse. You just don't have a racehorse. You have a horse in training. See that? Oh, there you go, Zealot. So I mean, you're making progress, right? Your journey is shifting that way. Do I still want a short down there? I'm not sure. That might, yeah. Given the price was up here and I'm still getting short, that seems like a bit of a chase at that point. Yeah, thank you, Curtis. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that one out. How much time it took you for your transition from failing? I don't know about, I can't remember. All I remember is it took, again, even now, time flies. Like, I got in a prop firm trading, 2 years ago now? Again, been in the market since 2006, so celebrating, I guess, my 20-year anniversary now. But even prop firms and futures now is going on 2 years, which is kind of a long time when you actually stop and think about it. Anyway, okay, I can't talk right now. I'm going to look for a long right there. I do remember it took me 4 or 5 tries. I did a video on my channel somewhere about what I kind of learned about the passing my first eval. One of the lessons was the importance of this button right here, because I did lose a couple accounts because I forgot to cancel orders, and then I got cooked. So that is one of the lessons. After every trade, just learn to press that button. Even if you don't think you're in a trade and you just randomly sit down, just press the button. Just play it safe. Okay, maybe a long here. If that green line turns blue, I'm in. Okay, I moved it down to basically the here, I'll just show you. I really, I got to cancel this. I got to cancel it. So here's the 5 minute. And what we just experienced there is, think about it. This candle, just this previous candle, used to be a solid green one. It was all the way up here. And now it has epically failed all the way back here. So am I looking to buy soon after a candle has epically failed? No, I'm not. If anything, I should be looking to short. 100% OCD with that button. Yeah, exactly. I think that was the first rule that I, see if I can find the video and send it to the, let's see, lesson, maybe prop firm test or prop firm lesson. Let's see. I don't know. All right, well, I don't remember. There's lessons learning from a prop firm account that I roasted. Oh, here we go. This one. I passed the futures prop firm evaluation compound. What I learned. Okay. So whoever was asking about, so what I learned. I don't remember all the lessons, but I do remember. Okay, good. I'm glad I did not buy where I was thinking. But I do remember, I think the first lesson in that one was learn to love that button right there. But there you go, if interested. But as sad as it is, I mean, you guys have seen it here before. I still forget about orders every now and then. All right, let's see what kind of candle can form right here. Today was trade of 8. I had an order with 15 contracts and it only filled 1. I mean, to be fair, that's realistic market environment, AMS. I mean, partial fills are a real thing. In fact, that's why a lot of people, myself included, don't really want to go to a live account, because live accounts and simulated or partial fills is a very real thing. Does getting a job solve this problem? Oh wait, Zealot. Okay, that's a valuable piece of. Are you telling me right now that your only source of income? Well, I guess not. Is it isn't even from trading? Is your only source of income right now from like savings or something? Okay, let me ask you this: Where is your source of income coming from right now? Because it's not from trading. Because like you said, you have not gotten any payouts. The reverse button cooked in an account of mine in my pocket by. Oh, sorry, fun uncle. I laugh out of like I've been there. I've had. In fact, today is one of those days. Rough days. I thought you were a business owner, AMS. I'm AMS. Your story changes every day. I thought you were a business owner. Okay, let me take a step back. I guess you could be a business owner of an unprofitable business. Oh, you were okay. Okay, so Zealot, my question still stands though. Where is your income actually coming from right now? Like, did you save up some money and then you quit your job? Hey, Wayne. Well, AMS, it sounds like you are working on a new stream of income though with the insurance stuff. So that's good. That's good. That's a good move. But yes, at the end of the day, Zealot, I am a. Okay, I can't talk right now. All of a sudden, we got another potential dad. Since I'm from India, is different. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, yeah. At the end of the day, I've always argued, and I'll die in this hill. Full time, and again, please, full time trading in this, and I'm defining full time trading as only source of income comes from trading. I'm gonna go ahead and just say it's impossible. Um, Now, yes, there's always kind of nooks and crannies. But yeah, if you're paying or if you're trading and you need to pay the gas bill, you need to pay the mortgage, you need to pay the rent, and that's coming from your trading, that is the amount of pressure that is unbearable as far as I'm concerned. Um, because that means you need to trade. And anybody that has ever traded knows that sometimes the best thing to do is not to trade because the market is not jiving with your strategy. But if you need to trade because you need to make money, because you need to pay the bills, that is just not good. Now, please, well, I know so and so, and they're a full time trader, yeah. And then I go to their social media, and I see they have a Discord that they sell, and I see they have an affiliate code, and I see that they have a rental property. To that person, well done. But per my definition, they're not a full time trader. They are a full time income stream creator, which is what I'm all for. That's the only type of full time thing that I think everybody should aim for because that's what wealthy people do. When I've studied out wealthy people, the one common denominator is they all have multiple streams of income. So I think the best thing to pursue is a full time income stream creator. So yes. Now I understand a lot of people call themselves full, but they're not. They're not. Because they're making money whether or not they are going to be able to pay their bills whether or not their trades work out that day. And that's a good situation to be in. So yes, Zealot, I would my big thing is aim to have multiple streams of income. And a job is a stream of income. I know sometimes it gets vilified like in the stupid world of like ego-driven social media. Well, you're not a real trader because you have a 9 to 5. It's like, shut up. That's a stream of income. Good for that person. But yes, if as a father of 6 kids, if trading was my only stream of income, I would fail miserably. The pressure would be insurmountable. But that's not the case. I am a full-time income stream creator. Yeah, there you go. Even Brian right there. Well, I mean, you could have just said that a long time ago, AMS, as opposed to. Did you take it, rookie? Just best advice I can give you, Zealot, is as a younger person, age 22, fantastic. No need to rush. I got involved in the markets age 23, I think, Or was it 20? Either 22 or 23. So you got plenty of time. Aim, always be saying streams of income, streams of income. And a job is a stream of income. So just don't be corrupted by social media. It's just, I mean, it's nothing new. It used to just be in the world of late night infomercials, right? And then social media came along, and like the same marketing tactics, the same attitude that was on late night infomercials is now on social media, right? Let me just put it this way. If you are getting the vibes from somebody that working a 9 to 5 is somehow stupid or pathetic or makes you a loser, just find somebody else to hang out with and give your attention to. That's so Bush League. The best advice in your situation, focus on multiple streams of income. So I think if I were you, I'd go get a job. Even if it's just a part-time job. Get some other income coming into your situation. To all the young, yes. Yeah, really you have no choice. It's got to be, because it does not happen overnight. So Eric is absolutely right. It's going to take time. Anybody that is like, yep, I've been at this for 3 months, I've got it mastered, they're lying to you. Now, maybe not maliciously, but that's worst case. Best case is they're suffering from Dunning-Kruger effect. They may very well think that they got it all figured out because the market's weird like that. A lot of people from AMC and GME, they thought they were really good traders. And the vast majority of them are no longer around. Majority of day traders make their money off of... Well, no, I mean, I don't agree. I think what you mean is like social media. Majority of maybe social media day traders. A lot of them actually admit it. Well, good. I'm glad they are admitting it. I'm glad they're not sitting there just calling themselves full-time day traders. And again, I have nothing. I agree with the people. The people that are selling chats and T-shirts and affiliate codes, and whatever else you can think of. I don't know, Speedos, and bling, and hairspray, and and then they own like a duplex, and then they have some dividend stocks. I am not bitter towards those people. No, that makes you a loser. If you look at those situations, like you're jealous of them. You're jealous. Fix your attitude, you little loser. What you should be looking at them saying, man, good job with the multiple streams of income. I need to be doing the same. Yeah, fidget spinners, toilet paper. Look at this. We're cooking. Look at all you guys cooking with these multiple streams of income ideas. Hoodies, there we go. Which stream of income is your favorite? I really like real estate. Although this has become a very strange one. This live stream, as you guys now know, I always, not always, but oftentimes talk about the 3 pillars of it that they're constantly at battle. I do this because it's fun. But the cool thing is it's fun, but it is. Thank you. Again, people that are using code Clay. There is the income stream component to this too. And then, yes, there's the responsible trading where I'm trying to grow the live stream, trying to have fun, but I'm also trying to be a responsible trader. So the lines oftentimes get blurred. But yeah, so based on your question, what is my favorite? I guess in a weird sense, this one is probably my favorite because it is fun to show up and shoot the breeze and joke around and have some interesting conversations and kind of act like a goofball. And also, again, because people are using code Clay, it is worth my time to do so. And I know that does rub some people wrong. Wait a second, Clay. Are you telling me you're only one of your requirements to be here is it's got to be worth your time? In other words, we have to use code Clay so that it's quote unquote. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. Because I would argue it would make me a very immoral, terrible father if I'm taking 4 hours out of my day every day just to go hang out with people, strangers on the internet, when there's no monetary value. Now, if I'm a single guy, then who cares? If I don't have anybody dependent on me, who cares how I spend my time? Whatever. But and this doesn't totally ring a bell. It does if any of you have kids. But as soon as you have a kid, and it should also, as soon as you get married, like I hope, I'll assume, because I think the vast majority of you here are good people. So I would assume, like, you get married or you have kids and you're like, okay, my time is no longer my time. It is our time. I'm sharing my time with somebody else. So at that point, you now have a more, especially when kids come into the equation, like, it makes you a bad person. Like, if you hear a dad plays video games all day long and there's no monetary value associated with it, you would call that person a deadbeat. Why? Is it because they're playing video games? Kind of, but the core reason is they're squandering their time away. They have somebody that depends on their time, and they're using their time to play video games all day long. So it's a waste of time. That's actually the problem in that situation. So yes, I'm here as long as it's worth my time. So please, if you enjoy, if you want to help support, you got to use code Clay. And I know. Some people are very upset by that. They expect everybody else to donate their time free of charge to them, which I would argue makes them actually the way more greedier person. Like, if you expect somebody else's time free of charge, you are the greedy person in this situation, not them. You are the greedy person. You are somehow entitled to somebody else's time free of charge. The no tippers on Door. Yeah, I've never done DoorDash. So yeah, I can't. Yeah, I don't understand that culture at all, so I can't really weigh in on that. So there we go. That is that all the way back to the question who is asking what we focus on multiple streams of income, because that is a way to maximize your time and protect your time, right? I like when I wake up every morning knowing I'm waking up a little bit wealthier, right? Because I have a portfolio of dividends, and those dividend stocks have now paid me. You know, I like every month when one of these shows up. You'll just have to trust me that this is a real estate from one of my tenants back in Michigan. Every month this shows up. I got a little, my net wealth grew a little bit more today, and I didn't do anything. I did something, 12, 13 years ago when I bought the property, but after that it's become passive income, right? Multiple streams of income. That's what I like, and that's what allows me to sit here and not have to be like, oh, I got to make a trade. Can't miss anything because I got to make that money. Oh crap, did I miss something? Oh no, I missed something. Oh god, are you gonna trade? No, I don't have any pressure to trade because I have many streams of income and I want you to do the same. I have a lot of dividend stocks, ETFs, CEFs. I like, so here's one that take a look into. People, I have quite SPXX. Pretty cool concept. Either that or it's either that or SPPX. I'm pretty sure it's that. Pretty sure it's that one. But there's I don't know. It's a CEF. You can look into it, learn more about it, see if you. But again, at this point, I'm not after growth. So people are like, are you buying SpaceX? Well, no, they don't pay a dividend. But Clay, what happens if it explodes? Cool. But I'm past that phase of me. I don't really care about capital growth in this stage of my journey. I'm more so in the passive income stage. I'm looking to buy passive income. As a barber, I can say the tip culture is broken. If you think you deserve a tip. Yeah, the tip thing is very bizarre out there. Thank you, Keith. When I get it, I'm definitely going to use code Clay. I appreciate that. But I do understand that does rub some people the wrong way. No. Wait. You're only going to be here if it's worth your time, huh? Well, that's kind of no. But I will say, maybe I'm talking in generalities too much because I can't say that any of you. Well, we had Dean yesterday, who has not been back. So some people, it just rubs them the wrong way. Affiliate codes, affiliate codes. Now, let me be very clear. If somebody has an affiliate code for like a crack pipe, I'm not sure. It's like, okay, you're literally making money off of something that I would consider not good. But until somebody shows that Pam's plant, day trading futures through a prop firm, is not good, then I feel just fine. And because in my world, I am making a little extra money from showing people a good idea. And I bring the math. But if somebody can prove with math, actually, Clay, day trading futures through a prop firm is bad, and here's why mathematically, then yeah, at that point I can see like, okay, maybe I am a scumbag. I'm making money up from an affiliate code for something that's actually a bad idea. What about a bong? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Can a bong be used for anything good? Clay, at the age of 19 and from a family that says no to part-time, any idea I can get income? That says no to what do you mean no to part-time? Like no to you can't have a part-time job? I trade for fun, up 3K. Again, Bryn, maybe for you, you sounds like you're probably using that word trade very loosely. I'm not saying this is the case, Bryn, but it sounds like you could just say, hey, man, I'm just here to gamble. Like, I use the markets to gamble. That's kind of what, and again, I'm not saying there was anything wrong, Bryn, but people that say they trade for fun, I think what they're saying is, hey, I just use the markets to gamble for fun. It's cheaper than flying out to Vegas. That's fine. But the one nitpick I have is I really don't like is somebody that tries to treat this, responsibly. When people that go and tell other people, like, well, I tried trading, but it's just a random casino. It's like, well, did you actually try trading or did you treat it like a random casino the whole time? Again, Brent, I'm not saying that's you. I'm just saying in general. Yeah, that's common here, TA. Yeah, I don't understand why your parents would have a problem with you getting a part-time job. Okay, I guess, okay, then go get a full-time job maybe? Good, I'm glad you love trade. Yeah, you have to love trading in order to have any chance at success. Because trading is hard, and if you're somebody that, like, if you hear the word challenge, or hear about getting punched in the face, or hear about, blood, sweat, and tears, and you're like, that doesn't sound very good, then trading's not for you. You've got to love trading. You've got to love the challenge. Because if you don't, you will get burned out. You'll give up very quickly. If, like, you're literally, the only reason why you're doing trading is for the money, you have zero chance. You are going to get burnt out. Yeah. It ain't going to happen. Like, you've got to be a competitor, which is also what makes trading hard. That's one of the things where it's kind of a cruel thing. Be a competitor because you're going to need a competitive spirit to figure out this trading stuff. But a competitive spirit is also the guy that doesn't want to give up, that averages down, that tries to fix trades, that tries to keep going. Again, the more and more you trade, the more and more you realize why it's so hard. Because you got to be a competitor. You've got to be a savage competitor. But the market can very quickly use that against you. I trade for money and fame. I know. That's exactly why we've all heard of you. I went for a walk today. That's exactly why. I love getting my daily fix and for the money. All right. I mean, if you're trading to get a daily fix, I like that SPX. I did a quick overview of my. Yeah, cool, Mac. My last day trading lost 7K. Could I lose it? Yes, but I really needed to revive my mind. Keith, just to nitpick a little bit, do you mean to get back in through futures in a prop firm? Because there's a big difference. If you're looking to get back into things in futures, that's very dangerous because futures are no joke. They can quickly end your journey. But if you mean by through futures in a prop firm, you'll be insulated from the crazy risk. Okay, cool. I understand that sounds like a nitpick, and it is, I guess, kind of a nitpick, but it's a very important nuance. It's hard because you have to rewire the way your brain thinks. Yes, especially if you're kind of from a American culture too. Never give up, never surrender. pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Let's go. We don't quit. And in 99% of life, those are great attitudes to have. Great attitudes to have. Not in trading, though. Trading, you got to be good at, I quit. I quit. Now, when I say I quit, I mean like a trade. Like cut the loss, right? When you cut the loss, you are quitting that trade. Well, I'm not a quitter. I'm from America. I don't care. I get it. That's fantastic in so many areas of life. But in trading, be a good quitter. Be a good loser. I'm thinking about web developing. Cool. Yeah. Give it a try. Sounds like the only way to... I mean, is it not the only way? Not the only way, to be fair, Keith, but at this day and age, is it the most efficient way? Yes. We are in the golden age right now of day trading because of the opportunity that futures gives through a prop firm. I still remember it. I still remember to this day. And when I was getting started, I was in some chat room and I was just saying, do I understand this right? That in order to be a day trader and make as many trades as I want every day, I need to have $25,000 in an account. And so it was like, yeah, that is true. Well, crap. I guess I'm stuck with 3 day trades per 5 days, and off the penny stocks I go because I got to try to. I mean, and those days are long gone. You can show up and you can be a day trader just like that for $90, right? Because for a take profit trader, who I'm using to recommend, you can get 25K of buying power for $90. Just looking at that number, man. I know. Good grief, old man. I understand. I understand that's what I sound like, but I'm just telling you right now, I'm backing up my claim about why I would say we're in the golden age of day trading. Yeah, that's interesting, Eric. But yeah. I had to learn to size down. I went from a full mini to 3 micros and have been having this. Yeah. Forged. I hear that a lot around here. It doesn't make sense, but it works. Like micros and just a few micros can add up shockingly fast. But that's why you got to be careful with social media culture. It is crazy how social media, and you start scrolling that wall and the algorithm figures out you're like kind of in the futures and prop firm, and boy, oh boy, you can feel like a failure in a hurry. Seems like some people on that app are never wrong. Anybody else get that feeling? Am I alone? Does anybody else get the feeling like when you're scrolling, it seems like some of these prop firm traders out there on social media, they are like never wrong. Never. And they make like 5 digits every single day. Every single day. It don't matter. They're making 5 digits every day. I don't know. It's weird. All right. Maybe a short up around here. Getting some movement. Yeah, maybe total. Could be. Never wrong. Yeah, exactly, crypto. It's kind of weird. Some of these, it's just, I don't know. To be fair, maybe they are just like that good. Maybe they are that good. Because I'm not saying I have proof of otherwise. I'm just saying, man, some of those days it makes me feel like an absolute failure. I went from 1 mini to 1 micro. Cool, James. Yeah. Again, I'm looking for a potential short up around. So the white line here is the high of the day. So the price can never get above that white line. The white line itself will just adjust itself higher. And then the dotted brown line is a pivot point. So kind of like a little bit of a double whammy of potential resistance up there. They make it look, yeah, they just make it look very, very easy. I kind of want to buy really cheap accounts to keep me out of my main account. Yeah, do it. I advocate that all the time. That's the power of prop firms. Prop firms are a great way, especially if you have a pro account and you get that pro account to a payout status, but you're seeing other good opportunities, but you're like, well, crap, there are, just because it's a good opportunity, because it's a good setup, doesn't mean it's guaranteed. And I don't really want to risk losing these gains, but I would love to still try to trade that setup because it's a good setup. We'll fire up another account. And then if the good setup works out, then you'll be able to say, well, cool. I'm still making progress towards something. Now, am I making progress in the sense of I'm going to be able to withdraw that money? No, but am I making progress in the sense of I'm getting closer to passing this account and turning it into another pro account? Yeah. So, I mean, I noticed some more experienced traders learned to, yeah, they'd be scalping Asia. I mean, I don't know what some of these people on social media are doing. All I'm saying is they seem to like never be wrong. They seem to be making tens of thousands of dollars every day. And again, to be fair, maybe they're that good. Maybe they are that good. Could be. I think it could be many other things, but in the spirit of intellectual honesty, it could be that they are just that good. Okay, all right, James, let's I say this just as one trader friend to another, but whenever I see the word easy and 100 points in the same sentence, that sends off a couple bit of alarm bells that maybe, just maybe, you're getting a little overconfident. I can't say for sure you're overconfident, but again, seeing the word easy and 100 points in the same sentence, I think it's worth at least considering that you may be a little overconfident right now. Yep, you are. That's right, fun uncle. Easier said than done, though. Yeah, Brent, I think you might be onto something. I'd be very curious to see what these people actually spend. No, I mean, James, all I'm saying is, like, 100 points being easy. And I guess to be fair to you, maybe you can go out there and get 100 points easy. If that is true, I want to be like you when I grow up. 100-point trades being easy, brother, sign me up. I want to be like you. I don't want to be like Mike anymore. I want to be like James. Did I just reveal my age again with I don't want to be like Mike? Well, I get what people say, but there's what people say and then what actually is. Yeah, and again, maybe that's the case keeping the West wild, but I'm always curious, like what's going on behind the scenes, though. You know, are they cooking a ton of accounts? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. All I'm saying is this: if you want to make yourself feel pretty terrible about being a trader and how you're doing, go start scrolling around social media. That's all I'm saying. How do I get that exit button to work without hitting it? Oh, can't talk. Can't talk. Crap. Oh, look at that. White line rejected right off the pivot point. Let's try it. See if we can get another opportunity. A little bit above it. How do you get that exit? I don't know. I only hit it once. See, watch. If I put an order in down here, I just have to hit it once. Watch. Hit it once. Boop. It's gone. So I'm not sure why you'd have to. How do you read the chart on the right? I mean, that's kind of an in-depth question. This is just volume, the amount of, where contracts have taken place. So a lot of contracts exchanged hands here, right? If you envision this as a mountain range, the peaks of the mountains are where like a lot of exchange of contracts happen. Hey, good job, Eli. Okay, so if this if this candle can close above that dotted brown line, I'm going to look to get long here. Just try to play like a micro pullback and go. It does. Yeah, I'm not sure, Brian. I'm not sure, brother. Okay. There we go. Now, if this thing is just going to go straight up, well, then I'm going to get left behind. But I really don't feel like buying up here. Well, hey, that's still not positive. Good job, Rodex or Redox. I cast fall magic. Well, don't cast too much magic. I don't want it to fall that much. I just want it to fall to this green line and then cast some magic to make it go back up. I want to retrace to pivot point for long entry. Sounds like we have the same entry then. Sounds like we got the same entry. Well, goodness. Look how big this candle is, and now we have this like little... I guess it got a little bit bigger there for a moment. I'm also wondering, is this more so where the long should be? Maybe like right there. I don't know. All right, here we go, maybe. We're not gonna take it anymore. All right, here we go. Come on down, straight down. I don't want to see this come up and then come down. Here we go. Yeah, come on down. Don't go up too high. I long. I'm long. All right, well, I'm hoping it pulls back a little bit more before I get long. Well, Neil, good call. I guess shouldn't have waited for the pullback. Stupid me. Well, I guess to be fair, it did pull back a little bit. I just quote unquote defined pullback the wrong way. Wow. Yeah, I only do. I just my only platform that I use is Take Profit Trader. And for a little bit more context on my day, if you want it, you can just go back to the 17-minute mark. But I don't want to relive the nightmare. So, but yeah, I only trade Take Profit Trader, and I do the racehorse model, which is basically just always working on test accounts to get them passed so that I can put them in storage, and then if I ever need them, I can fire them back up. Because the nice thing about Take Profit Trader is as soon as you pass an account and then all fees go away, you do not have to activate it within any period of time. Some prop firms, they say, all right, you passed, you've got to activate it now within XYZ amount of time. With Take Profit Trader, nope, they'll just let you. So within the analogy, we just call it the stable. You can just keep your racehorse in the stable, and it can just sit there at no extra cost. There's no pressure to activate it. So that's what I do with Take Profit Trader. Is only prop firm I use, but like based on my trading, like it makes sense because other prop firms, like I said, I don't want. And then some, that they'll still charge you monthly. Every account you have, you'll have a monthly cost associated with it. But that's not so with Take Profit Trader once you pass the test. I got a 10-point scalp. Hate buying at highs. I'm kind of tempted here, but we are very far away from the 21 EMA right now. So that, yes, I understand that's a pullback, but you're long again. Yeah, Neil, he don't care. Neil said, I'm getting long right here again, brother. Yeah, not a fan of the monthly cost. Neil is the renegade here. He's got some renegade in his blood, that's for sure. He's definitely got some baboon blood. Hey, what's up, Jimbo? Could be in for a deeper pullback. That's right, Neil. We know that it could come down here and come back up, and you'll hold through it all. Good call, soldier. Some days they're just like that. Where you have the fade yourself day, right? Around here we call them clay fade days, where it reaches the point where it's like, all right, everybody, who wants to make money? And everybody says, I do. They're like, okay, I'm about to go long, which means fade me. So everybody get ready to get short, and then everybody makes money. If the chart looks so boring, won't you change the future? I mean, you can always watch other futures, but we hit the VWAP on the daily chart. Roger that. Are you serious? These are the only pullbacks you're going to do right now? All right, well. Time real has. I looked over the live stream like, wait, how have we only gained 10 more minutes? But I think the reason is because I'm holding my bladder right now, which is really slowing down time. So I'm going to go pee real quick. Okay, I'll be back. Wait, I don't have an order out there, do I? See what I mean? Just let me click that button real quick. All right. Well, I got some plumbing skills in me. Whoa. The tank wasn't filling up, so I had to, open up the back and putz around. I don't even know what I did. I finally pushed on something and water started to fill back up. So I'm proud of myself. It ain't coming down. Oh, that means it's coming down. I'm getting short right here. As soon as somebody says it ain't coming down, I'm getting short. Okay, maybe it's not coming down. This 5-minute chart is getting kind of wild. Looks like 30,000 incoming. Yeah, it's certainly within striking distance, that's for sure. I think, yeah, people just do NQ, myself included, because it just moves way quicker. I don't know. Should I try ES? Are you telling me ES is like magical and mystical? Like, I don't even know how it, like, what is a point even worth? I can't remember. Anyone trade using the Dom? Some people do. Yeah, that's why I have it up there. Look at this. It doesn't even move. We're still at 75.90. Still. Look, we're stuck at 90. Huh? Look. I'm not even joking. I'm not trolling. We're still at 90. Look. Hey, 91. All right, okay. Well, Clay, just give it a try. Okay. All right. I'm going to try a short right here. I'm in. I'm looking at the P&L. I'm curious how this is going to fluctuate around. Am I short? How come I'm not in the green? It's dropping down. Am I stupid? What is going on? Oh, you don't have to do that, Cody. Hang around. You're talking as if like you're leaving the stream never to come back. You're good, dude. You're good. Interesting, just a truck. All right, cool, Cody. As long as you're not like disappearing forever. No, I'm not. This is not the wrong chart. I was told ES is great. Oh my goodness, I'm not on the wrong chart, you dense. I said ES, I know. I'm on ES. Hey, it's green. Oh my goodness. This is look at that. This is the greatest thing I've ever seen. All right, yeah, this is okay. I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't. But did the blue line not show up? Oh, do I not? Is that like? Wait, okay? Maybe is this unique to? Let me check this real quick. Oh, I have to change it per one, huh? Okay. There we go. There's if I were to trade it. I don't think I'm going to trade it again. I tried it. I tried it for a fun uncle. Yes, that's the bomb. You enjoy trading that? What am I missing? Why are some people so in love with ES? What am I missing? I don't get it. It was a risky entry? If you think that's a risky entry, I don't know what to tell you, brother. No, that's now I understand people's confusion. The blue. So there we go. On Tradeovate, I guess you always that's a case by case thing. I trade longer positions with ES. Well, you really talked it up. Where's your comment above? Don't sleep on ES. It's great. Well, yeah, if it's great if you trade longer positions if you're a sway trader. I'm not a sway trader. I don't feel like sitting in a trade for 3 hours long. Again, to those of you that are sway traders, we're like, what are you talking about? My average hold time is 2 hours. Cool. That ain't for me though. That ain't for me. ES trades like hot garbage. I mean, to be fair, what we're seeing here is it does all depend on perspective. Like if you are like Fun Uncle and you're a sway trader, yeah, that is again, it's just there is no. Well, I mean, there is some right and wrong, but like I can understand the gray area here. What about Dow? No, the YM. I hate the YM. I'm like 0 for 5 on the Y. I don't think I've ever made money on the YM. Why isn't this guy finishing the song? It's just the YM. The YM is the Dow Jones. There is no CA, okay? ES makes me I love the chat. It just illustrates how everybody's a little different. We have some people saying ES is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Other people are like, it makes me physically ill. ES and EMS are slower. Oh yeah, no, I agree. Like when people are like, why do you do NQ as far as ES? Well, NQ is definitely it moves better. It moves more volatile. But again, that better is a very subjective term. One person's better in trading is another person's disaster, right? It all goes back to the whole concept. One trader's turd is another trader's gold bar. Same exact situation. One trader is going to look at that situation and be like, man, what a steaming turd. The other person is going to look at the same exact, man, that thing is a shiny gold bar. Yeah, I'm at about 7 seconds. David, if I'm going to trade for more than 7 seconds, I start to twitch. Yeah, how did that saying go about make hay while it's raining? I think that's pretty sure that's that's a fact. The fact is the saying is make hay while it's thunderstorming. That is the saying. Just like 8 birds in the bush is better than 1 bush in your hand. 3 dozen of 12 is 2 dozen of 16 others. All those classic sayings, you know? Make hay while the sun shines. No, there's no way that it's make hay while the sun shines. I'm certain of. It is certainly make hay while it's raining. No, it's make hay while in a hurricane. Or that too, yeah. In gale force winds, yes. Yeah, when life gives you lemons, make sure that the oven is on. Exactly. That's that saying for sure. Sunshine is what I learned. Oh, well, then, yeah, you learned incorrectly. It's definitely not make hay while it's sun shining. No. How does that make any sense? Why would you want to make hay while it's sunny out? All right, do we try the double top here? I'm going to give it a If it pushes up a little bit, so I want to see this white line come up a little bit higher, then I'm going to throw in an order to get short. Basically play like a little bit of a double top. A stitch in time saves polar bear. I'm not sure I've heard of that one before. I have heard snitches get Ebola. Is that how that one goes? Snitches get Ebola? Who remembers the Ebola stock or the Ebola scare? What was it? Probably like 10 years ago now. And then Ebola stocks were going nutso. Was anybody around for the Ebola bubble? That might have been 2017. Somebody wants to fact check me. That would be great. When was the Ebola scare? When a bunch of Ebola stocks started running. Snitches get No, I don't think that's the actual saying. I'm pretty sure that's not it. No, I'm serious. There was like Ebola stocks. Like I still remember in the world of penny stocks and small caps. All these companies that last week were like gold miners are like, nope, we're going to change business models. We're now in Ebola vaccines. Which is one thing I kind of miss. Like the stories back in penny stocks. Oh, it was so funny. So funny. One week the company's mining oil. Do you mine oil? No. What do you do with oil? You don't. You mine gold. What do you do to oil? Do you mine oil? How do I say that sentence? Like I'm trying to say a company that tries to get oil. Do you mine oil? Drill. Okay, drill for oil. Thank you. Anyways, so one week the company's drilling for oil, and then the next week they're like into, I don't know, like a cleaning product, and then the next week they're into, now they're mining for gold, and the next week they're in a biomedical stock. Okay, I'm going to short here. If it can come down. These have been lackluster breakouts, so I think we can get a little bit more of a pullback. I'm in. I'll take that scalp. Is that real? Are you being serious right now, Fun Uncle? Like, I can see this going either way, because penny stocks are so ridiculous that you may just be commenting on the ridiculousness of penny stocks, but penny stocks are so ridiculous that comment I could actually see being true. Are you really? Oh, because like AI, because that's the thing right now. AI is gonna make all those real. Is that what the angle is, Fun Uncle? Okay, so a lot of penny stocks now are going into robotics. They're becoming robotics companies right now. Again, I've been out of penny stocks for so long that I don't know. Basically penny stocks is whatever the current hype is. That's what all the companies all of a sudden are becoming. Interesting. Okay, I mean that makes sense. I'm assuming a lot of them are getting to like data centers. Of course, AI. I'm sure a lot of penny stocks have. Last week they were doing dishwasher soap, and now all of a sudden they're doing AI. Okay, here we go. Dang, that would have been Well, that scalpy scalp looks really stupid. Whoops. All right, I'll try a long there. Did anybody else take that short but actually hold? Yeah, nuclear power. I once owned 1 million shares of penny stock. Yeah. Oh, so the no bid? Yeah. Yeah, so just fun fact of the day, if you're not aware, the lowest a stock can go is you can buy a stock for 0.0001. But after that, then after that it would be called there's no bid. So like the level 2s, you would see the bid and there'd be no numbers there. And then over on the offer, you would see 0.0001. So there's your fun fact for the day. That's how low a stock can actually go. 0.000, did I say 3 zeros? 1 per share. So if you want to sound cool, you can go like, I don't know, let's do some math real quick. So $100 divided by 0.0001. Yeah, so I mean, for $100, you could go buy 1,000,000 shares and tell your like go to your buddies and be like, "Yeah, why were you late?" "Well, I was busy buying 1,000,000 shares of a stock. You know, just a walk in 1,000,000 shares." "Wait, what, brother? Are you telling me you own 1,000,000 shares in a company?" "Yeah, I do. That's what I'm telling you." No, you definitely do not own the company at that point, because the fact of the matter is the outstanding shares for that company is probably in the hundreds of billions. Like yeah. So no, you probably own a fraction of 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 the company, even though you can buy 10,000,000 shares, because there just happens to be, the free float out there is hundreds and hundreds of and hundreds of billions of shares, with the authorized share structure probably being in the trillions of shares. I did that with Doge. Felt like a bot. Yeah, I mean, I may or may not have done that in college when I first got into the markets and penny stocks. I may or may not have kind of tried to sound cool to some of my engineering buddies about, I own 4,000,000 shares of this company. Granted, my position was like $450, but you don't want those are minor details. Again, I'm looking to get long here at the green line. That's a pretty nice little candle right there. Again, I'm sticking with it. This is an uptrend. This is a pullback, so I'm trying to trade the trend. I've waited for a pullback in the uptrend. It's pulling back. But if this is actually no longer an uptrend, well, I'm going to have some losing trades. Hey, Azaria. Now, Neil, wouldn't you have bought the pullback up here? You seem to be way more aggressive in your pullbacks. I kind of want to buy here now, but it seems like it's going to be one of those situations where as soon as I buy, then it's going to come down here and I'm going to be like, okay, there's the entry I wanted. Oh, that's a beautiful looking chart. Okay, let's see how this candle finishes. Of course you shorted at 90, Neil. Of course. Of course Neil shorted at 90. Neil is the flawless trader. I swear, this dude constantly buys the top. Wait, was 90 the top? Where's 90 at? Okay. So to be fair to Neil, technically he shorted within 3 points of the top. Oh, you took my short? Oh. No, mine wasn't that good, was it? After missing good trade, be ready to lose more trades rather than your money. You mean more trades as in like not taking the trade? Neil is the GOAT. That now and when it's not assuming you're not talking about typing. Neil in typing, whatever the opposite of GOAT is, that is what Neil is when it comes to typing. And Neil will not reject that either. He will wear that title. What is the opposite of a GOAT? Like if you're telling somebody they're the GOAT in something, how do you what's the opposite of being the GOAT? Woat? I guess, yeah, worst of all, he's the woat. Yeah, he is the woat. Oh, there we go. That's a good way of saying it. He's the GOAT of mistyping. He's the GOAT of trading, but the GOAT also of typos. You think the resistance level will be manipulated? Yeah, I've never gotten on board the manipulation train. That's just a premise that I don't really focus on. Because if the market's already manipulated, then there's nothing I can really do. That's a scary thing. Wow. All right. Oil keeps drifting down. Love to see it. Okay, so didn't Trump say today that Iran, calling like Iran wants to make a deal? Does anybody actually believe this crap anymore? Like, who here think Iran actually called Trump and was like, we want to make a deal? Like, even if you absolutely love Trump, at this point, I would assume you should say, no, I don't believe that. But your reason would just be different. I'm assuming a Trump fan would say, no, I don't believe that because this is part of Trump's master, negotiation style. Whereas if you don't like Trump, you're going to be saying, no, I don't believe that because he's a chronic liar, right? But I would think both camps would both agree that like nobody believes that Iran actually called him today saying we want to make a deal. Like I would hope all sides agree on that point. But again, then the differences become of, okay, well, what is the reason behind that? Again, Trump fans will say, well, it's because it's a part of a broader, brilliant plan. If you don't like Trump, those people are going to be saying because he's a chronic liar. Yeah, that's possible too, Matt. Like, but I personally, okay. Matt is being charitable. Maybe that's what is occurred. But yeah, I don't know. They are playing with Trump said. Again, maybe, but the other side of that, and Trump fans are going to be like, no, you have it backwards. Trump is playing with their head, right? But yeah, I think both sides should agree there are some mental games going on right now. I think that's, at the end of the day, I'm just trying to find common ground for everybody. They would be called the sheep. No, I think we the opposite of GOAT, which stands for greatest of all time, I guess would technically be woke, right? Worst of all time. Iran is lying to him. Maybe Iran never called. I have no idea. Welcome to the world of war and propaganda. 21 EMA, Cody. 21 EMA. Which I will get long right there now at this point. Glenn, your TBT, do you take daily? I take day. Any money I'm owed, I take. I do not build buffer. And for the question that you'd want to ask yourself, Forge Failure, is this. When I go on tilt, how bad does it get? So for me, let's just say I build up a buffer of like $2,000, $3,000. For me, when I answer that question, when I go on tilt, it can get really, really bad. And $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 is not going to save me. Yes, maybe you could say, Clay, that's really pathetic. Okay, it is. It is pathetic, but that's the fact of the matter. So because for me, tilt gets that bad, there's no point in building up $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 because it's not going to save me anyways. So I might as well just take that money. Now for you, maybe you say, okay, when I go on tilt, yeah, it gets a little rough, but having that extra bit of buffer is actually going to be enough to prevent me from blowing up the account. So if that's how you answer it, first off, I'm jealous of you. I'm jealous that you can get your tilt under control that quickly. But if you can answer it that way, then yeah, maybe build some buffer. So there is no right or wrong answer. It's really, I think I would argue, depends on how you answer the question. How bad does it get when I go on tilt? Well, I never go on tilt, Clay. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Cue the train. The train is coming for the person that doesn't apparently think they never go on tilt. Is this guy a trader or a commenter? See, I'm also a logical fallacy junkie. So I call those things out too. That is a false dilemma. It doesn't have to be this or that. Why? I can be both. I'm both. Ray. Are you offended that I'm just commenting on things? Ray? Is your thin that skin? Did I say that backwards? Did I say, is your thin that skin? I think I did. That was not even intentional. I meant, is your skin that thin? Okay, all right. I think this person's been here before. created their name on June 26th. Dude, I totally just said that. I said, is your, I can't even say it the right, is your, is your thin that skin? That's what I just said that. That was crazy. Okay. I'm not laughing at you, Forged, but I'm laughing because I can relate. That's you kind of summarized it for me too. Like it gets really bad. So yes, if that is tilt for you, then just take the payouts, brother. Just take the payouts because it's not going to save you anyways. Brother, I live in a false dilemma. I don't know. I don't know if that's possible. If you're aware of it, I don't know if that means that you actually are. Clay has a way with, yeah, yeah. I'll be the first to admit, sometimes I like to try to, push your guys' buttons by saying stupid things, but that was pure genuineness. And I don't think I could ever pull it off that cleanly again. Needs to get back to 990. Needs to get down to 962 and a quarter for me. Clay has a way with Woats. That's right. That's right. Where'd Ray he already left? He's scared. Little punk. Little punk. Oh no, he's still here. Okay, I stand corrected. He did not. I mean, I think he might still be a punk, but I was wrong that was not here anymore. What do you think about gold, Clay? You're gonna have to be more specific. Like, what do I think about gold from an investment standpoint? What do I think about gold as a component for microchips? What do I think about gold from the 5-minute time frame? What do I think about gold from the 30-minute time frame? You got that. That's pretty broad, brother. No offense, but I hope it goes. Hey, no offense is taken. I understand. Sometimes our priorities do not align. Scary long? Why is that scary long? What would you do, Ray? You're complaining that I'm not talking trading. Let's talk trading. What would you do? Give us a trade plan, brother. Give us 3 numbers. Give us an entry point, a target, and a stop. Fair enough. You think that's a scary long. Okay, well, what would you do? Go ahead. You're complaining that I'm commenting. Now we're talking trading. Go ahead. We'll wait. I passed my first CBT test, immediately went on tilt. Oh, no. You, wait. You had $18 drawdown left and you brought it back to life? That's good job. For losing tilt, my platform locks me out, but my most horrible tilts are... Okay, Red Ox, are you telling me you still don't know how to lose money just very quickly? I recognize your name. You have never seen me show how to lose money very easily? It's a logical long. I mean, for me, but I want to hear what this other guy would do. He's saying this long is scary. Okay. Well, what would he do? But now he's gone. I'm on tilt. Uh-oh. I'm on tilt right now. If this trade hits, I'm done for the day. Where does it need to go to hit, Jay Keith? Okay. All right, so you were just commenting in the general sense, like in the ironic sense. Like if you have to lose money, that's when you start making a bunch of money. I got you. That makes me feel better because I feel like I had failed you. If you've been here this long and you still don't know how to... Where did Ray go? All right, I'm guessing Ray's going to show up and be like, well, I would have gotten long there. Well, no, he said the long was scary. Alrighty then. Well, never mind on that. I'll cancel that out. Dude, what was Ray Ray scared about? Hey, the tilt worked out. This time. May maybe we short scalpy highs today. Go for it. Go for it, Evan. The world is your oyster. I might join you. I want to see the price poke its head up through here. I want to see the price turtle head real quick. So this is hey Clay, what strategy? I do turtle trading. So right here, if we so that right here is the shell, and then I'm looking for a turtle head. So if the turtle head pops up here, whoo, right? That's like the turtle looking around. And then if the turtle sees like a bird with a long beak, it's gonna bail. So as soon as a turtle head shows up, I'm looking to see if it sees a bird. And if it sees a bird, it's gonna turn itself back around. And right there, when it turns itself back around, boom, that's where you get short. That's turtle head trading. So yeah, this one, there was no turtle head, unfortunately. This turtle just, I guess, maybe they must have looked out and already saw the bird. I mean, sure, I could have called that a double top, Dan, but how am I going to build a cult around something just called a double top? I can build a cult around turtle head trading, but I'm not going to be able to build a cult around double top because, I mean, that's a little too simplistic, brother. Trying to build a cult here, Dano. Or not Dano, Dan 007. No, I'm agreeing with you. That was another way of calling that trade was a double top. I agree with you. But my point is, looking through the lens of I'm trying to build a call, I'm not going to call something so straightforward. No. We got to spice that up. There we go. See, Akoro, he's already part of it. I'm waiting for the ostrich to bury its head below the box and go. So Blackout is using ostrich trading. Yes, that is the one thing that I give him credit where credit's due. Dude is quite the marketer. He located his key demographic, young people, and for some reason foreigners. QQQ. I think you had a mistypo. Okay, here's my thing. I'm gonna take a guess. Yo in. Did you think your cursor was on a chart right now and you wanted to just check the QQQ and then you accidentally typed it in here? Because I've done that before. That happens to traders, right? Where you think your cursor's one spot and then all of a sudden you type it somewhere else. That's got to be what it is because you just type in QQQ. Let's see how good I am. Is that what happened? I'm waiting for a lamb head stew pattern, but it is. Ah, I see what you did there. I see what you did there, but it's very rare. I see what you did there. that is actually smart. To use its Latin names. That's actually brilliant. We can spice things up a whole nother way by just using all the Latin names. No. No squats today. Larry Williams. No, I was gonna say, wasn't that Bollinger? No, but that was like John Bollinger. What did Williams do? Was that the R? Doesn't he have an indicator? What? Doesn't he create an indicator or something? Wasn't it like the? Oh man! All right, now this is gonna bother me. I gotta check. Larry Williams indicator. Oh yes, the Williams percent. Yeah. That's a really goofy looking one too, right? I knew. Okay, I'm not. I mean, I am crazy, but I'm not as crazy as what. I want to double check though. This one, it looks kind of cool. Nope, that's not what I was thinking. Not that I was thinking it was. But okay, yeah, there we go. Williams R. Yes, thank you. Williams fractals. Okay, gotcha. So he this was the cult before the cult. Hey, Ray's still here. He's actress Michelle Williams' dad. Am I supposed to know who Michelle Williams is? Michelle Williams. Can't say. She's in The Greatest Showman? Anyways. Yeah. I mean, cults are not new. But it's weird. I don't know. In futures, I just don't really remember. I mean, every individual penny stock sort of kind of became a cult. Like, there were some diehard members where, like, they were so convinced that they rode that ship down to nothingness. Like, there is nothing that the company could have come out and said, we are scamming you right now. We are diluting you into oblivion because I need to pay for fuel for my yacht this weekend. So we're going to go ahead and dilute some more shares. And like some people would still have been like, oh, that's okay because we know that's a good investment because you being out there on the waters with your fuel is going to help you rejuvenate your mind, and then you're going to be able to show back up Monday morning and come up with great ideas and make me a billionaire. Like that's the penny stock crowd. Like they will rationalize anything. AMC was a cult. That is one of the biggest cults. Like when you have people so were you ever part of the AMC cult? Here's how you can answer that question. Did you ever actually think, did you truly think AMC was going to $100,000 per share? If you say yes, then yeah, at one point you were part of the cult. Made 26K. How much were you up though? Please don't tell me at one point you're up 260K and you only walked away with 26K. Then lost it all over the next 6 months. Yes, Jay Keith, that was definitely the norm. Well, Diamond Hands doesn't necessarily mean you were part of the cult. Diamond Hands is a favorite term of the pumpers, right? Because if the pumpers are actually dumping their shares and they don't want people to start hitting the bid because they're hitting the bid, well, yeah, I mean, a pumper that definitely does not believe in things is going to be saying Diamond Hands, Diamond Hands, Diamond Hands as a misleading tactic so that other people don't freak out. Or like a pumper is going to say, I'm buying more. Oh, I'm buying more on this dip. What are you talking about, you idiot? You're the one creating the dip because you're dumping on the bid. So of course you want other people to buy the dip so that you can, so you continue to have people to sell to. Well, to be fair, AMD is an actual company though. I still have two. Yeah, that's like your reminder. I was an ape. Yeah, there are some apes out there. All right, do I try a long here? We are at the clay still. No, there's no turtle here. The turtle trade would be up here. In 1987. Didn't something crazy happen in 1987? Wasn't that the crash? 1987. Wasn't that Black Friday? Black Monday. Black Monday. Okay, see, those are the things that I'm just not impressed. Like, when you have those huge moves in the market and then things recover, like, let me put it this way. If people are like, I crushed it, I did so well, and then they name COVID after that huge crash, and then the market just went straight back up, it's like, no, that's not really any skill. That just happened to be you in the right place at the right time. So yeah, I can't say that I'm that impressed. Now, if Larry Williams doing those sorts of numbers in like a year where there are no massive swings, okay. Doxo. The alligator. There's an indicator called the alligator too, isn't there? William has his own indicator. Dude, Neil, brother. I ran a Google search about this indicator. Come on, dog. Market is coming in. I mean, this was something right here. This was kind of spicy, but it really kind of shows we're in a slower environment. Now, 3 weeks ago, this candle here would it be like an 80-point range. Today, it's like 30. Oh, I'm not saying I'm not impressed. I'm just not impressed if something happened in 1987. It's kind of like what Michael, who's the guy from The Big Short who got super famous? Michael Berry. It's like, do you know how many times that guy's been wrong now? Like, yes, he was in the right place at the right time, and then the bubble popped for the financial meltdown. Man, guy's a legend. Has he been right ever since then? I mean, all I keep hearing about is him calling like tops that are not the top. Kathy Wood. Kathy Wood's a classic example. She literally behaved like a penny stock person. She was like, she bought all these companies, happened to be in the right place at the right time. They skyrocketed. She became legendary, and then things went back to normal, and then like nothing. You know what I mean? Oh, was he? Was he that early on the call? So my only point is this. Well, so and so did all these big gains in that year. And then you look at the year like, okay, well, yeah, I mean, because there's a massive swing. Now, Warren Buffett, that's another story. That dude just crushes it no matter what the market's doing. Like, if you want to talk about somebody that is actually impressive, Warren Buffett. You know, some of these other guys where it's just like year after year. There doesn't need to be any massive swings. There doesn't need to be like a famous. Why can't I remember that? I keep wanting to say Black Monday or Black Friday. It was Black Monday, right? The running joke with Burry is he has called 30 of the last two recessions. Right, exactly. Well, and to be fair to Larry Williams, maybe he has. All I'm saying is using 1987 is not impressive to me. But to be fair to Larry Williams, I don't know. If he's done well in 1988 and 89 and 90, then cool. So again, I'm open to the idea that Larry Williams is legit. I'm just saying to use 1987 as something to prove that he's legit that's not impressive because that can be applied to a lot of other people and then they just fade out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's just that'll never go away, right? It happens now. It happened back when I got started on Investors Hub, and it was going on way before I ever got started, right? This is the top, this is the top, this is the top, this is garbage, and it keeps going up. And then finally, it crashed or whatever. See, I told you. Well, I mean, what about the 30 other times? Right. All I'm saying is Michael Berry, to me, that proves out my point. Yeah. He was in the right place at the right time. There is a historic type move in his favor. But then since then, it's just been, yeah, not impressive. But it sounds like Larry Williams, even after 87, and maybe even before 87, like he continued to crush it. So in that regard, cool. Okay, I am interested in a long down around this area, but here, just in my mind, seems kind of out in the middle of nowhere right now. Yeah, I know that's true. That's a fair question. I should, if I was smart, I would just go do a video chart. So my what would go with goons? My gaggle of goons? My gaggle of right? Because gaggle is a real thing. What's a gaggle? Is that geese? Gaggle of geese? Gaggle of geese? Is that what that is? A gaggle of geese? Okay, yes. So my gaggle of goons. Yeah, I could. That part of the shorting group. Oh, I'm not even, David, I'm not even really talking about day trade. I'm just saying him as a general, whatever you want to call it. Not even necessarily a day trader, just investor. Like, in no way, shape, or form am I ever going to be convinced that Kathy Wood is a good, like, investor. She just happened to be in the right place at the right time. She literally went all in, and then she started to use, like, the same tactics. Remember, like, when everything was crashed, she's like, well, this is like a 5-year time horizon. And it's like, yeah, but you've said that over the past, like, 4 years now. Like, she literally just loaded up on a bunch of tech stocks, and it's just not good. Honestly, I'm bored. Well, Arbiter, that's kind of a lesson of trading. You think there's not going to be entries every 2 minutes. So yeah, you will be bored at times. So honestly, I'm bored. I don't. Why did you have to say honestly? Does that mean sometimes you're aligned with these comments? I would have trusted you if you just said I'm bored. At no point would I have questioned. Well, I wonder if he's being honest or not when he says I'm bored. So here we go. You were asking for advice earlier. Here's some advice. Learn to be bored. It happens as a trader. If you're never bored as a trader, you're probably forcing trades. Yeah, that Trump stat is nuts. The one where the amount of trades he's made and then you break it down and it's like 80 trades per day. It's like, what? It's true. I'm working on this, not chasing excitement or immediate rewards. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's wild to think 80 trades per day. And then you think it like, look at yourself as a day trader, as a scalper. Like I look at myself. I'm not anywhere close to 80 trades a day. Maybe 15 to 20, maybe, but 80? So he can give it. That's right. I'll become president. I'm just going to still live stream every day. And then when the people show up with the false dilemmas and they're like, "Is this guy a traitor or the president?" I'm gonna be like, "Hey, that's a false dilemma. It's not either or. It's actually it can be both, and it is both." Barron is running his account. Yes, I'm not of the opinion that Trump is literally sitting there with a Robinhood account making 80 trades per day. I guess in the spirit of intellectual honesty, I suppose that is possible. But yeah, is it his kid? I don't know. But that's a wild stat for a president to have 80 trades per day. When that is a lot for somebody that's a day trader. That's a lot for somebody that's a scalper day trader. Yeah, live stream from the North Lawn. What are we looking for? I'm looking for you to go become a web development guy. He only had 50 trades in his first term. Now that I don't have any problem with that. That's fine. But yeah, 80 per day is just like I still don't even know if that's a real stat. To be fair, are we even sure that's a real stat? Where is the market going, up or down? That's a great question. As soon as I have an answer, I'm going to take a trade. Uh what size account did you get, Fun Uncle? Yeah, I don't have any problem with I think we've had this discussion before. And with technology, to me it's not a big it's not a I don't understand. I think government officials should be able to trade, but given technology, as soon as they make that trade, it should be publicly available, basically real time. And we'll give them at least 10 minutes. Within at least 10 minutes, it should be publicly available, and that government person is then in a 30-day lockdown period where they can't do anything for 30 days with that position. That if I was running for politicians, that is how I would approach that issue. And with software these days, I don't understand why. Like a government should have their own like brokerage, if you will, and this brokerage would be set up in a way where anytime they make a trade, it's automatically sent out to the public. So like as traders, we would know, www.congressbroker.com or governmentbroker.com, and we could have that. And I'm sure with there could be like third party softwares that with the AI could like link into your platform, so you could constantly see, Nancy Pelosi just bought XYZ. But then also, but you'd want to prevent pump and dumps, right? Because then the government officials are going to be like, okay, well, if we know the public is going to see right after we get in, let's just buy, wait for it to spike up, and then we'll sell. So to prevent that, that's where the 30 days comes into play. So there you go. No options trade. No, I go for the options trade. Again, buy the option, but just know that you can't do any you have to hold that option for 30 days. Okay, Rebel, however we want to word it, whether it's Trump or Trump's trust, the fact is the president is attached, whether to his own name or through a trust, 80 trades per day. That's just a wild number for anybody. Even for myself, I can't imagine making 80 trades on average per day. I mean, I know it's a good soundbite. I know it gets people fired up, but I hate the position. My position is politicians shouldn't be able to trade. I think that'd be kind of cool. I think that'd be cool to know immediately when they do something, and then just know that they've got to hold for 30 days. Maybe he's copy trading. I don't know. Trump's on. Yeah. That's a lot of tilt. That's like tilt every day to have 80 trades. Oh, I'm sorry. I asked a question and hey, keep the West Wild. Thank you, brother. That's good cover fire. Thank you, man. I got distracted. 50K. Okay. Just really quickly, I think Fun Uncle or keeping the West Wild got you. Thank you again. But yeah, so very easy. You're in the 50K account. So there is the 50% consistency rule. All that means is that in a single day of trading, the max you can make is 50% of your target. So I know you know this, but so therefore 50% of that is $1,500. So your number earlier where you said you're at like $1,300, you're good. In fact, you could keep trading, bring that right up to 1,500 if you wanted to. So that's, now I know with other prop firms, people hear the consistency rule and then it's like, oh man, that's kind of a weird rule. It's kind of hard to understand. I've told Take Profit Trader before, you guys got to change the name of this because this is like there's a better name to not freak people out because that's such an easy concept to understand. Just in a single day, don't make more than 50% of that amount. And then also, Fun Uncle, once you pass and you go from your test phase to your pro account, then that rule goes away. Why should I go with a prop firm when I can go with my own money, right? It's much smaller. Well, no, that's calculated risk. I've talked with you before. Like you are so wrong. Like you're arguing against yourself. Like can I just presuppose that like you're a good trader? Well, will you accept that premise? Calculator risk. You're a good trader, right? Will you accept that premise? You are a good trader. That's right. Here we go again, Raspberry, because what else am I going to talk about? Again, calculator risk. Can you please answer my question? Can I assume that you are a good trader? Will you accept that premise? Yes, I'm a good trader. Okay, well then you are cutting yourself short, my friend. You're not working efficiently. Because as a good trader, why don't you go and do this? Why don't you sign up for 5 take profit traders, 5 lucid, 5 tradeify, 5, I don't know, fill in the blank. Get yourself up to 20 accounts because you're a good trader. And now copy trade those accounts because you're a good trader. So you just trade your strategy with that one account, but then copy it to your 19 other. That way, your one strategy, because you're a good trader, when you go and make, let's just say $100 on that one trade, well, because you copied it 19 times, well, now you made that one trade 20 times 100. So yeah, that one trade just became $2,000. So that sounds very efficient to me as somebody that is a good trader. So yes, it makes no sense as a good trader to not use prop firms because you are missing out on the ability to scale and exponentially grow. So my position stands. What you're doing makes no mathematical sense because my argument has never been you can't make money day trading futures with your own money. That's never been my argument. My argument is you are working inefficiently. Now, if you are a bad trader, then yeah, you still should be in a prop firm. But like, there's no way around it. If you're a good trader, dude, you are leaving so much on the table. So you see what I mean? Like, it's math. Math is such a bugger. And you can't like, you're putting words in my mouth. No, I asked for your permission. Can I work with the premise you are a good trader? And he says, yes, I'm a good trader. Well, then what are you doing, you dent? The catch is a little bit of time up front. That is the catch. Because you're right. You got to pass the test. That is the catch. It does take a little bit of time up front. That is the catch. But due to the exponential growth nature which somebody like you would take advantage of given per your premise you're a good trader, the trade-off is worth it. But that is the catch. You do have to go through a bit of a test period, but as a good trader, you'll pass. No problem. You'll pass. But it'll take a little bit of time up front. Not a lot of time. Like take profit trader is 5 days. Surely you can be patient for 5 days to get all this infrastructure in place where then you will go out there and crush it. I hear it. Well, thank you, Calculator Risk. I'm glad you're here to listen and not try to dig your heels in and start to do weird math to try to... Thank you for not being the legendary BM from yesterday. I appreciate that. That was not a good look for that guy. Thank you for not being that. Thank you for just saying, hey, man, I hear you. That makes sense. There you go. I think we are done for the day. All right, Zealot. Well, if that's what you've determined, then so be it, brother. We are already up 500 points, so day could be done. Those are the famous last words. I've been here. Man, we're down 450 points. That's probably it. Fast, have you guys seen the meme where it's like 3 seconds later? All right, we're down 650 points. That's got to be it. 20 minutes later. All right, we are now at 1,000 down. I can't trade and not make money. I can't trade. Why is that statement? What does he say? I can't trade and not. So you're always making money? Is that what I think that's what you're saying. I can't trade and not make money. High amateurs. This is job of economists, not traders. Fantasy working, losing money. Okay. I'll get if you're going to show up and just start to like roast us all, and then you spell high, H-I-G-H. I mean, that's all right. I realize that's an ad hominem fallacy on my part, so that doesn't necessarily prove anything. I'm just saying, it's like, dude, that's not the greatest way to get off. Hi, amateurs. Like, you insult us while making yourself look like a baboon at the same time. You're calling us amateurs while not even knowing how to spell hi. Well, I mean, you spell it, just never mind. If I get another 15 tomorrow, I'm done with the eval. Yeah, you have to stretch it to 5 days. So, Fun Uncle, let's just assume you get the 1,500 tomorrow. Then you'll have to do what are called flip trades. So, like, I'll show you. I'll do a flip trade for you right now. Here's a flip trade. Go to MNQ, MES, go to 1, and then just watch this. Boom, boom. See how quick I did that? So, you'll either make a couple bucks, lose a couple days, and then you're done with that account. That is your one trade for the day. It was a flip trade to create a flip day. So, you'll have to do that for 3 days, assuming you pass, in the 2 days. All of you here are losing money trading. You know, and I know common sense. Yep, you're right. You're right. NK, in fact, dude, right now I am in a van down by the river because I have no money. Everybody else, I don't know. Let you know your location. How many of you are in cardboard boxes right now? How many of you are in a crack house right now? Like, let Nate know your locations. Like I said, I'm in a van down by the river because I don't make any money. There's no money to be made here. Let them know your location in the chat. I need to trade for free for a few days or weeks or even months before I make a penny. Okay, well, just a minute here, Calculator Risk. You're the one that's telling me you're a good trader, and now you're telling me you're blowing up accounts. I took your premise that you're a good trader. Is it possible that you're struggling to pass prop firms with some basic risk management rules because you're not a good trader? Is that in the realm of reason? Again, I operate under the premise you're a good trader because you told me you're a good trader. I need to trade free for a few days or weeks or even months before I make a penny. Now, I mean, again, that is just not true. For a good trader, you do need a couple of days up front. A couple of days, not weeks or months. Calculator risk. So there's either you have a massive misunderstanding of prop firms, or maybe you're not actually as good of a trader as what you say you are. Again, I'm not saying that. I'm just, you need to learn economics, finance, mathematicians, economics. You need to learn economics. Yeah, supply and demand. We all understand that. Finance. Yeah, we all understand that 2 + 2 = 4. Mathematics. Yeah, you're right. We are all mathematicians. We're all that. Did you not know that here we all have PhDs in economics, finance, mathematics. Okay, you know, in economics twice. Everything you listed there, we all have PhDs in that. We all went to Dented Baboon University. We all went to DBU. See, it says DBU on my shirt there. We're all graduates of DBU, Dented Baboon University. We have PhDs. When I trade my own money, I made money. When I trade with a problem, I always lose. Yeah, see, there's a disconnect here somewhere. Now, I will, to be fair to you, you may have gone with a prop firm that has 8 million rules and makes your life very difficult. That is a possibility. But what I'm saying is, there are prop firms available to somebody who, per your words, is a good trader that will be just fine with. That will be just fine. So maybe that is the problem. Maybe you chose some of these prop firms because you're like, oh, look, a $5 account. And then they have a ton of rules that has made your life more. So maybe that's the disconnect. But like, if you are a good trader, take Profit Trader, you'll be just fine. You'll be just fine. You will lose money trading until you are open to. Okay, chat. I'm pretty sure that I've never said. I'm pretty sure that none of us advocate not learning. I'm pretty sure nobody said and like, hey, you don't have to learn anything. You're going to make money. Yeah, I do agree with that. You will lose money trading until you are open to learn. Yes, amen. We all agree with that. Nobody around here preaches that you don't have to learn and then you're going to make money. No, that's the Baboon Den. No, not Dallas Baptist. No. Dented Baboon U. We're the Caterpillars. The Dented Baboon University Caterpillars. Because that makes sense. But I do agree. So, and Kate, we've got some common ground, brother. You will lose money trading until you are open to learn. Amen, brother. I agree. If you think you can show up, not learn anything, and then be able to like consistently make money, I mean, I would say for any job, for any skill set, I think that's also kind of an oxymoron. Like, you can make money from this thing without learning how to do it. If you buy and hold for long-term investing, you are kind of right. We don't invest, we trade. Palm Beach International Airport has officially renamed President. Palm Beach. Isn't that where his Mar-a-Lago is? Yeah, how does that heart thing work? I'm 29 years old, 10 years experience in economics. Economists. Okay, I think you mean economics. Living in South Africa. Well, very cool. Test accounts in past moved to live instead of pro. How long has the wait time been so far? Has it been more than 2 weeks? Again, calculator risk, the only possible flaw, I'm trying to be charitable, is you chose some prop firm, which, I understand some prop firms out there, which is why I always say never shop for a prop firm based on price. Shop based on rules. You probably loaded up on some small, cheap account, and then the rules made your life more difficult. I am open to that being a fact. But what I'm trying to tell you is there are prop firms where if somebody is a good trader, which you said you are, then you are really cutting yourself short. You are not doing the right math. I have a sneaky suspicion that you like to hold and hope. Prop firms will not allow you to hold and hope because of the drawdown. And you might have a higher win rate because holding and hoping does win more than it doesn't. But then when you lose, you get crushed. I trade your prop firm. Well, then you're not a very good trader then. Like, again, per your premise, I'm a good trader. The take prop trader does not have crazy rules. It's very straightforward. So this is my thought right now. I don't think you're as good of a trader as what you think you are. That's where I'm currently at right now. What's the win rate that people pass the first? Oh, I don't know. But a lot of people are not running around saying that they're good traders. I'm accepting your premise. You are saying you're a good trader. If you're a good trader, you should be able to. I'm still not going to say you'll pass right away, but like you should be able to pass. You should be able to get your infrastructure set up pretty quick. Well, I mean, again, and Kate, I think you're kind of ripping on candlesticks, implying they don't have any value. But I mean, maybe like for you, but they have value. Cool, calculator risk. I'm being dead serious. Under the premise you are a good trader, just right here. This is all you got to remember. Don't you? So in order to pass the test phase is a minimum of 5 days. You got to make 3,000, but do not lose 2,000 on the 50K. The most you can get in a trade is, for example, 6 NQs or up to 60 MNQs. That's it right there. And then in a single day, during the test phase, do not make more than $1,500. Those are the rules. That's it. That's all you got to know. One bridge at a time. Get the account passed. Hey, Eddie. Yeah, I think he's conflating categories. He is somehow he's so what he's actually I think what he's saying is I want to be charitable. Consistency? No, there is no consistency rule with take profit trader. That's why I love them. There's no scalping rule, no scaling rule, no consistency rule, nothing like that. I think what he's saying is not a lot of people make money day trading. Therefore, it's like a scam. And it's like, well, I agree with the first part. Day trading is hard. Failure rates are pretty high. But it's not 0%. Like if day trading was so I love when people throw in my face, throw in anybody's face. They're like, well, don't you know that 90% fail? Well, what they just conceded is that 10% succeed. Now, again, day trading is hard. That's why I say day trading is hard. But The fact that 90% fail means that 10% succeed, which means it's not total random gambling. Now, if this was slot machines, you could totally show up and be like, dude, this is a scam. 100%. There is no such thing as a professional slot machine player. 100% of slot machine players will fail eventually. Like, there's no such thing. You've never heard of a professional slot machine player. So I think that's what he's doing. He's saying, in order to make money, you've got to be an investor. In order to be a good investor, you've got to, you got to be a mathematician and an economist and blah, 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 blah. All are blowing accounts. Again, you're just talking out of your backside. There are people that make money. Do a lot of people blow accounts? Do a lot of people fail? Yes, but that doesn't mean all people fail. Let me put it this way. You're showing up and you're telling us the grass is green, the sky is blue, stuff like that. You're stating the obvious. You seem to be on some sort of mission to like save people, but this is not the live stream where you're actually saving anybody. Literally everything you're saying, we talk about every day. Yeah, that's kind of the impression. You kind of sound like you just tried futures trading a prop account and you failed miserably, and now you're just running around deflecting from the fact that it was your fault, and you just want to make it seem like it's totally impossible. Again, it's hard. We constantly preach around here. Trading is hard, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. Whoa, hey, are you all right? Hello? Hello? All right, you're all right? Okay. Yeah, exactly. When people are like, well, don't you know that 9 out of 10 businesses fail? It's like, to me, I hear that, I'm like, oh, wait, so it's possible to start a business then? It's hard. It's very hard, actually, but it is actually possible. Logically, there is no way you can make money trading. You can't do doctor's job. So in order to make money trading, you're saying that you need to have something hanging from your wall, NK. Is that what you're saying? I don't want to misrepresent your position. Because you're saying you can't do a doctor's job without qualifications. Which is not true. You can do a doctor's job. Now, is it done legally? Is it done right? But like, are you saying that the only way to I trade your prop from momentum trading as a strategy? Yes. In fact, momentum is definitely the best. Taking advantage of things quickly. Calculator risk. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah. Again, I say this because and Kate, I think you have a good heart. I think you're here saving people, and which I appreciate. But like a little feedback, if I could give you, if that is correct, then you set yourself behind the 8 ball immediately when you show up and say, "Hi, amateurs." Like you're working against yourself. Now, I'm not quite sure that's what you're at. I'm not quite sure if you're here because of that or because you're bitter and upset about something. But like I said, to be charitable, I'll just assume you're here out of the goodness of your heart. You think that you are saving us all from something that's impossible, blah, blah, blah. So if that is truly what you're trying to do, next time, like the next live stream you go to, don't start off introducing yourself by saying, "Hi, amateurs," and then when you misspell hi as High. Just say, "Hi, everybody." What country are you in? Harf. I'm here to teach you the right way. Yeah, you already told us. Apparently, the right way is we need to go become mathematicians, economists, Get MBAs in finance. What else did you tell us we need to do? Did he say do we have to become biologists too? I do remember MBAs in finance, economists, and mathematicians. I don't remember if you remembered biology. So I think I'm going to just go with that. We also have to become biologists. I'm assuming we also have to become statisticians. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. That was JP that said that. No, fruits for breakfast. That's not true. NCAT said what you just accomplished today is not. Well, fruits for breakfast. Are you an economist, a mathematician, and do you have an MBA in finance? Fruits for breakfast. Do you have those 3 degrees hanging on your wall? I have a master in economy. Okay, but so you're not a mathematician? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. NCAT, you better read for that. We have somebody that's got a master's in economics, and he just said, but it doesn't mean crap when it comes to trading. Okay. She-Harf. She-Harf. What country are you in? Yeah, we got to become Fed chairs. I'll be here. Hey, Abby. Are you going to be ready to head out soon? Okay. I'm going to wrap things up here soon. Here is, by the way, my degree in mathematics right here. Everybody see that? From DBU right here. This is the degrees you get from DBU. Dented Baboon University. There's my degree in mathematics. Yeah. So anyways. India. Okay. So you're in India. So, yeah, what we're doing here is we're just day trading futures. If you already use charts within your CFD trading, then that's great because charts are what can be used in futures too. So I would watch this if you want to do what we're doing here, which again that's good because what I'm doing is actually available to people in India too. So let me tag that person. There we go. So there you go. Go ahead and watch that video. No, you can't do that. You can't do that, Matt. That's some sort of fallacy. I don't know what that's like appeal to like age fallacy, right? I'm 75 years old. 2 plus 2 equals 5. It's like, well, wait a second. I mean, I get what you're saying, but to be fair, technically speaking, that's a fallacy. Who cares how old he is? Just because you're XYZ age doesn't mean you're necessarily right. Just like it doesn't mean you're necessarily wrong. I mean, it matters, but like just because you have experience, I mean, my favorite is when people show up talking nonsense and then they try to shut me down and they're like, "I've been trading for 12 years." It's like, well, if we're going to use that as a metric, then I win because I've been trading for 20 years. Now, does that actually mean that I'm right and you're wrong because I have more experience? Nope. Because of that time, it could be bad experience. That's why it's a logical fallacy. I mean, I agree that experience matters. Don't get me wrong, I agree. But just because you have experience, you don't get to presuppose that it's good experience. We have had some absolute peaches that have shown up and that claim they've been trading for a long time and they're saying that like things that are like really dumb. So it's like, okay, that just tells me that you've been a dumb trader for 20 years. Like, just because you've been trading for 20 years doesn't mean you're right. It just means you've been a dumb trader for 20 years. That raspberry, that is completely possible. That is 100% possible. Those are the things that probably, I don't know when you got involved, but those are things that drive me nuts about GME and AMC. There are people that started trading 37 seconds ago and they're up like $15,000 on AMC. They are definitely making way more money than I am, and they've only been trading for 7 seconds. Now. So it's totally possible. But now, does that actually mean that they're right? Well, we'll know. But like, yeah, it's completely possible. Now, I think what you mean is, are they making more money consistently? Right, yeah, long term. No, exactly. But my point is this, from a strictly, you know, a conversational standpoint, from filtering in logical fallacies, you can't say, I've been trading for 20 years, therefore I'm right. That is a logical fallacy. Right? I'm a mathematician. I've been teaching math for 60 years. 2 plus 2 equals 5. Therefore, shut your mouth. 2 plus 2 equals 5. It's like, no. All that proves is if you've been a very bad math teacher who apparently wasted your money on that decree for 60 years. But I do agree with what you guys. You guys you're trying to play odds, right? I do understand it, but I'm in the category of like trying to be fair intellectually. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that anybody's right or wrong. But I do, generally speaking. But that's why logical fallacies slip through all the time. How do I figure? Here. I don't remember. Let me send you this video too, just because I set up my platform a couple years ago, so I forget everything at this point, Sylvia. But this video, I'm sure it'll walk you through everything right there. He said daily time frame only. Right. Again, that's, like I said, Scorpion, we have this conversation all the time. When people show up acting as if they know what they're doing, but they actually don't, they leave breadcrumbs. So yes, that was a perfect example of a breadcrumb. Here, everybody, I'm here to tell you how to make money from trading the right way. And then he says, you only use the daily time frame. For day trading, you only, wait, what? So I mean, that's a perfect example of a breadcrumb. That's why it all goes back to, if you're new with something and you don't actually, just admit it up front. It's okay. We all start off in that spot. That's way more better than acting like, you know what you're talking about, because you're going to leave those breadcrumbs. You're going to leave breadcrumbs of, okay, wait, huh? See you later, Matt. Have a good one. Wait, is that true? You're a gynecologist, Evan. Is that true? Or is there a joke here that I'm missing? Humility, yeah, it is. But I understand it. In this day and age of social media, and you kind of got to be ridiculous to get, like, I do understand where it's coming from. Oh, that was just a joke. Okay. You just got here. What have I missed? Well, what you have not missed is this. You have not missed me wrapping things up. I gotta get to work. My boss is I gotta get to the job site. Dang. What job site? We are currently building a house, and the guys were gracious enough to let me come hang out, clean up some messes. So I gotta get to the job site. Anyways, that is all I have. Thank you everybody for being here. Some interesting late day conversations. But if you do enjoy the live stream, if you want to help support it, code Clay. That is case sensitive, so all caps there. I recommend, I love Take Profit Trader. But if you're with any of these prop firms, and whatever the promotions are, Code Clay will give you that promotion. So I understand they always have different ones going on. So whatever they are, Code Clay with Take Profit Trader right now, it's 40% off and no activation fee. And like I said, that is help. You can help not only keep the stream ad free, but just keep the stream alive and going. So I appreciate everybody that has used code Clay. But like I said, I am going to call it good. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern at the very latest. So make sure you subscribe and then turn on notifications, because usually I show up early. So if you want to know exactly when I go live, that is where turn on the notification bell helps. So thank everybody for being here. Hit that like button on the way out. Code Clay, all caps. See you later, everybody. See you back.